How's it going, everyone? So early? Yeah, I know. I don't know what's wrong. I wasn't ready. You know, like, I woke up and I was surprised. I looked at the time. I was like, "What the fuck?" I woke up. I think it was like 12:30. I don't know. I don't know why I'm up. Who was first? Half Moon was first. Bum 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 bum. How's everyone doing today? Pretty good. Bum 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 bum. His games, how's it going? Okay. I've had a cool game development moment. Oh yeah? 7-second video? Sure. I'll watch it under one condition. You have to stop complaining about ads every time you join my stream. So I'm kind of famous now. Oh. What's this cool game dev moment? Google your name. So if you Google my name, bum 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 bum. His games underscore. Hisgames.org. Luke Rayfield, game developer, which is your real name. Also, how's it going, Carrion? Welcome. Now, I'll look at the video in just a second. Let me just look at Luke Rayfield. Luke Rayfield, developer. Verified game developer on Steam. Has built, launched, and published no games yet. Doesn't matter. You're officially, in the eyes of Steam, a verified game developer. Hell yeah. Says developer of Seraphim. Seraphim/developer. Luke Rayfield, Steam-based game developer. Slow WFH. What's WFH? Work from home. Time to do laundry. I see. That's my big moment of the week. Hell yeah. Congratulations. Luke Rayfield, developer of Seraphim. Is this the game right here? Oh yeah, I remember this game. Congrats. Here, I'll wishlist it. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, we can look at this 7-second video. Nice. And that's subscribed to you. There it is. Oh, it's probably because it's the new account. Boom, 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 boom. Alrighty. Boom, 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 boom. Alrighty, so welcome everyone. Hope everyone's having a good Friday. We were working on the leaderboard yesterday. We were having some weird technical difficulties with the accessing the Steam, not the Steam page, the leaderboard page. And I think it's because we're like we keep making a request every time the player changes their name, or every time we try saving, which I don't know. Could be a server side issue. I'm not exactly sure. But there's a better solution, and I'm gonna try to implement that today. I think what we're gonna do, we'll have to grab. I think we still need to grab the player name, but we'll have to see. I'm trying to think if there's a better way to go about. Maybe what we could do is have an online multiplayer name, like if the player clicks on the leaderboard system, maybe we just create an online leaderboard name and then have every leaderboard associated with that name. I'm not entirely sure. We're gonna see today. How's it going, Juho? Alrighty. I heard databases. What's your problem? It's not really a problem. I don't think it has like anything server side is not going to be. I'm working with a third party like server, so anything like server side I'm not technically going to be working with. Whatever is like, whatever requests we're making, that's already set in stone, unless I like decide to work with the Steam servers. But I think this is a really good placeholder, at least for now, and potentially for the game in general. But here, I'll show you guys what we had so far. So we're using Silent Wolf. All right. I just started working together with someone who I later realized is actually a pretty mad person. Mad as in crazy. Mad as in angry. Bad person. Oh. I think that's a little probably worse, right? Bad and horrible human being. Oof. So that's why business relationships are like, I assume you mean like you wanted to do maybe like a project with them, or like anything business related, which like it's very difficult to like find people that you like vibe with, a collaboration. One, because there's no like, usually in these types of relationships there's no money involved, so like there's no way to, how do I say it, like money, for example, is a language that everyone speaks, you know what I mean? So like, if you establish a relationship via money, being like, hey, I give you money, you do the thing, or that sort of deal. I think that's the best, from my experience so far, that has been the best relationship that I've had, and anything other than that has just led to I don't want to say disaster, but it leads to just, I don't know, like either it just hurts the relationship in some way, whether it's with a friend, a stranger, anything like that. And yeah, that's just been my experience. And so, like, yeah, usually now whenever I try working with someone, it's usually, unless it's like a game jam, if it's anything like, oh, hey, this is a product that maybe we want to maybe release for, you know, for something, it just becomes super, I don't know, salty at some point. I think the best thing you have to do is pay someone. How's it going, Pagorli? And Kenny. And Milo, thank you for the follow. But yeah, that's just been my experience. I don't want to say it doesn't work, especially, like, everyone's situation is different, but yeah, for me, I would much rather just pay someone. And have a, you know, that sort of dynamic going. Like with me and Styx right now. I think it's a nice relationship. It's easier that way. All right. What were we were working with the title screen. Well, we were working with the level editor, or sorry, profile editor, and the pop-up. So let me open that up. So save select, and then the pop-up, and then we were having issues with this script right here. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna erase all of this. First of all, check if profile of player name exists is giving us some issues. If feedback node is pressed, let's do this. What happened with Steve? He was working on a project with a girl, and she... What? That's what happened with Steve, and then she fell in love with him? But I feel like that's a common occurrence for Steve. That's very unique. I feel like that's a very unique situation that only happens to Steve. He's just, you know, Steve is just Mr. Steal Your Girl. All right. So, alright, so let's see. We got if feedback pressed. We check if the profile name exists, and if it does, we say set profile already exists. We say need a name change. We set need a name change to true. So let's do this. Let's say if need name change. We're just gonna return. Same with this. Set profile already exists. We're gonna return. We're seeing Practical fell in love with Styx. Pagorli, Styx is I believe she's a married woman. Stop. Please stop. To be honest, it's the long hair for Steve. That's how he gets the girl. Alright. So need name change. You know, I want to try this again. Check if player exists. It's so weird that this was giving me... Here, let me go to the script real quick. Check if check if profile name exists. Here, let me. Checking if profile name exists. We check the input name. We said get player data. If it does not equal null, return false. Either return true. And here I'll just say print. Player data is null. Oh, is not null. Oh. Oh, I must have a, I have a smooth ring. And if you guys, I don't know if you guys knew that. Some of you probably knew that. Boom, 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 boom. That's why I wanted to take a break yesterday. I was like, bro, like, I don't know if. So if it exists, then we set profile already exists. After playing the demo, it is well known. God damn, bro. I think you guys underestimate. Oh, speaking of fortunes, I'll showcase the game after. Oh, I'll showcase your playthrough. After this. Did you know that a piece of meat actually controls humanity? Our brain is made out of meat, so meat is able to think. The meat is very intelligent. But Steve is my fellow Englishman with a funny accent. Yeah, I haven't. Where has he been? I was like, I think I said hi to him on a server, and he hasn't responded. I feel like he's been MIA lately. Okay. So, pressed. We check if it's full. If it, this should be the only thing. Like, this should just work then. We don't need to do this whole if name changed. We just say if name exists, set profile already exists, and we have a signal on input text changed. We'll want to make sure that you can't save, which is this. All right, so let's try this out. To be honest, he has been MIA. He should have moved by now. Yeah. I was slightly concerned. I hope he's doing alright. So, okay. What the fuck? Profile already exists on leaderboard. There we go. There it is. But something weird happened. The first time around, it didn't seem to work for some reason. Let me try this again. Okay, so the first time around, Silent Wolf post player data score success 200. Checking if profile exists, Settlix. So we are checking Settlix, and then calling Silent Wolf to get player data, calling Silent Wolf to post player data, request completed, Silent Wolf player data success. I think we need to wait. Wait, no, that doesn't make sense. Here, I guess I'll print this out. Profile exists. Players underscore node player data. Yeah, how's it going, Hellraiser? Happy Friday. Alright, moment of truth. Well, it seems like the first time around it doesn't work for some reason. So we say checking if profile name exists, Settlix, calling Silent Wolf to get player data. It says profile doesn't exist. That is so weird. And then the second time around, if we try editing it and saving it, it says profile exists. Why on the first instance? Let me see here. The first time around. Players node that get player data. Let me see something. On players that get player data. Is there a speed run video of the current demo? I'm curious what it looks like. I don't know if Tomer has a recording. There's probably something in my VODs, but I think Tomer probably has a much faster video. If he has a video. But we could probably ask him to. He probably would do one. When he has the time, obviously. I'll have to make one. Hellraiser could do one too. Hellraiser, there is a new demo out. Version not on Steam. The version on itch is there, but I am going to try to make right now we're trying to create online leaderboards. Oh, I played the Steam version. Yeah, the Steam version only goes up to chapter 3. The full demo goes up to chapter 6. Okay, I'm back. Tomer, do you have a recording of your gameplay? Any of your gameplay? How's the progress since I left yesterday? It's not great though. Cause Fortunes was curious to see what a speedrun looked like. What'd you miss since yesterday? So yesterday, what did we do yesterday? I mean, so we still have the full integration like this working. I'm still trying to make sure. There's like this weird issue with like requesting the page. I don't know what exactly is going on, but like, it works sometimes where we grab this I'm basically just trying to check if a profile exists. The first time around, it's able to create the profile. The second time around, for some reason, it's... No, yeah, the first time around, it's not able to detect that there's a profile, and then the second time around, it is. And I'm not entirely sure why. So I have to look into that. Right now, I'm looking at this. Like, we are requesting data, and then we're returning ourselves. Get player data is equal to an HTTP request. I don't know if maybe there's some sort of delay. Do you have IDs? I'll do another speedrun and send the better version of the two. Okay. If you have the time, don't, like, if you have other things to do, you know. I'm just curious what skips you use on the first 3 levels. First 3 levels. The first 3 chapters? At 45 minutes should be enough? Okay. Everything up to the meat wall. Okay. Yeah, there are some pretty good skips actually up till the meat wall. Also, yeah, I was gonna respond to your feedback. Here, you know what? Let me respond to it now because we are trying to figure out. There's some. It seems like I'll have to figure out what's going on here. I'll just respond to this, but when I respond to this, don't make it feel like I don't want to make it sound like I'm defensive of anything, but like there are some design choices that you mentioned, and it's more so like, yeah, this was done on purpose. For instance, so alt tabbing out of the window messes with the Streamlabs. I'll have to see that. I'm not sure why that. I mean, this happens with any game if you're full screened. But being able to re-grab it, that's interesting. Loses focus as it isn't able to re-grab it. Because my game is able to re-grab it, but I wonder if that's a Streamlabs issue or if that's a game issue. Speaking my mind, yeah, you know, I greatly appreciate it, by the way. Frame perfect dash on orb seems to consume the dash on input and causes the player to fall. Frame perfect dash on orbs. So you're technically not supposed to be frame perfect dash on orb. I assume you mean the green orbs, right? So if you dash on the green orbs, it seems to consume the dash input and causes the player to fall. Yeah, I'll look into that. We did redo the dash orbs, so I'll have to see. Because there was an edge case that I might want to fix, but I'll look into it again. Corning. Oh yeah, this is an issue. I think I fixed the issue, but I'm not entirely sure. It's just not grabbing I don't know why it's not grabbing the profile data correctly. I think maybe on the exit of a world we're removing the times of the current run of the profile, and that's doing something funky. I'm not sure. Some section seems like he wanted the player to do a certain. So okay, this was the one that I wanted to respond to. It seems easier to skip the mechanic. That's okay. For the like general, like if you're able to skip a mechanic, that's okay. In fact, it's kind of encouraged for speedrunning. That if there's a way to skip something, that's okay. Unless it's like I'm really trying to teach a mechanic, most of the time it's fine to skip certain things. Fun speedruns. Some ledges can be stood on to help skip large portion of levels. Falling into portals refreshes jump, which allows the player to skip performed. Yeah. Portals. That was done on purpose. Skull is friend, and friend helps you escape. Maybe an achievement for getting the chasing while only hitting the skulls less than 5 times. Oh yeah, like a pacifist run. Boom, 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 boom. And then area-specific floor spikes that pop up after should reset upon enter. Yeah, that's true actually. And I can reset. There's an easy way to reset this. Floor spike button reset was not apparent. There will be more rooms that allow that will have floor spikes. I like the mechanic, but I didn't really put it into the game that much. And then falling platforms preserve jump if the player isn't a neutral. Okay, yeah, this is technically yeah, it should be fixed. Makes chase scene much easier. Specifically jump. If it's a like coyote jump, I would say probably needs to be removed, unless, or maybe just make the coyote jump a lot shorter, like maybe a quarter of like 50 milliseconds, just to have some sort of coyote jump. But right now the coyote jump is 0.2 seconds, so maybe it seems very apparent when you have it. But I'll see. Maybe it's not even coyote jump that you have. It could be a full jump. Oh no, I fall for a quarter of a second, then new mid-air jump after the platform is gone. So I mean, quarter of a second, that's right now coyote time is 200 milliseconds. So that could be the thing. If it happens the entire time, And yeah, that's a bug. If it's just coyote time, then it's just I have to adjust those values. I'll look into it today, and we'll look at your run in just a second. I just want to see. I still don't know what the issue is with this. So let me look at this one more time. Well, actually, we were looking at it, and then I accidentally closed it. Players dot get player data. So we're requesting some player data, and then we're returning ourselves. I wonder, maybe we have to like wait. Right now, when we return ourselves, like I wonder how long it takes for request to run, or like if there's a delay with it. Might be ignored by the server, or even cause the server to reject the request. As a workaround, you can send the data as a query string in the URL. String.http escape. Returns okay if the request was successfully. Yeah, so I'm not entirely sure why this doesn't work. Get player data.connect is an HTTP request. And then we're saying, what are we usually saying? Player name. You know what? Get inventory. Bum 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 bum. Silent Wolf Manager node. So we're saying get player data. If it's not, I don't get it. It's saying it's the player data is equal to null. Maybe we need to connect to the server right away before we make the request. Maybe there's some sort of delay. So on the creation of the pop-up, when the pop-up opens, we could say check if profile name exists. On panel entered. We could try that. And I think there is a signal for that. We're like about to show. Is about to be shown. This often is used in pop-up menu to clear a list of options. Here, let me see. So on about to show, if we say check if profile exists, met your twin at my internship. How's he doing? haven't spoken to Impractical NPC in a hot minute. Profile doesn't wait, what the fuck? Profile doesn't exist. Profile doesn't exist on open. Okay. And then we say save. Sound Wolf get. Yeah, okay. Profile exists. Interesting. So I mean, if we call it, this sounds like a weird. All right, but at least okay. So it's very strange that we have to check if a profile exists before we even. Wait, are we saying? You know, dude, I think you know. Wait. Set current. Oh wait, no, wrong script. Okay, never mind. I was gonna say maybe I still have a smooth brain, but I don't think I have a smooth brain. At least not here. All right. This is good. So, we check if it exists. If it doesn't, so let's try this. Let's try creating a new profile now. It's weird that we have to do this first. I'm not entirely sure why, but I guess we have a quick fix. So if we create settlx2, save it, checking if profile exists. What the fuck? Now it's saying profile 2 exists. Is this not, is it not grab? No, it is grabbing the data. Let me see something. Steam manager check if input node exists. Set profile already exists. Input name node dot text. How's it going, Elcon? What you been up to? Here, let me just see. Yeah, what the hell? Pretty good. Hell yeah. So the other solution was just to create a unique name for every new user, and then check that way. I don't know why this is giving me so many problems though. Checking if profile exists, settlx. And you know, it's weird. It says profile exists. Let me see this again. You know, it's weird though. It says profile exists. But there's no player data on the profile. Oh, because we can't just say is not equal to null. We have to say like player. Oh wait, no, we are saying player data. But it's equal to an empty dictionary. So we have to say, like, basically is not empty. I think that's why. Maybe that's why we're having issues here. Let's see. Oh my god, dictionary. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty good. So we could maybe just check the size. Let me see here. Yeah. I assumed the dictionary was just null, but it's, or like the player data was null, but it seems like it's equal to an empty dictionary. I guess we'll say dot size. All right, moment of truth. Yeah, we recently released a demo, so that's been exciting. Oh, player data. So I guess we also have to check if it's null. I guess there's two cases. Sometimes it's equal to null, and then sometimes it's sometimes the data just doesn't exist. Return false. And then also we'll return false here. I guess if it's a fresh account, maybe that's what we'll have to see. Yeah, how's it going, Grumble? Boom, 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 boom. What the hell? Checking if exists. Again. And then if we run it again, it says, okay, profile already exists on leaderboard. And it works the second time around. It's just the first time around that it's like messing with us. I don't get it. And what is it printing out here? It's saying, checking if profile name exists, settlix, calling Silent Wolf to get player data, calling Silent Wolf to post data. Completed. I'm not sure if it's dictionary isn't null. Boom, 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 boom. Player plays a long session of a large amount of data, was causing some lag. Might be a good section off. Might be good to section off file off the file writing and include a button to clear session data if the folder gets too clunky. So yeah, currently how we're storing, if you're talking about like the all the states that we're recording right now, yeah, if you have like a really long run, it could lag the game, especially since we're storing it. We keep saving the JSON file, so there is a better way to do that for sure. I think. Wait, I thought I was yeah. We'll fix that. We'll fix that. Right now, I think I'm actually rewriting the JSON file every time. So yeah, if you run the game, like if you're playing the game for like, you know, hours on, like if you die in the same room like, you know, 200 times, 300 times, including all of the other game, like especially chapter 3 because it's so long. Yeah, that makes sense. We can just I think we're able to. Yeah, we can just wait. I'm trying to think. How would we do this? I think we can append. I'm pretty sure we can append the data to the JSON instead of like. I'll look into it. All right, so for this one, it says that the dictionary isn't. Wait, let me start this over one more time. So when we edit the file the first time around, profile pop-up name. Oh, checking if profile exists. The first time it opens, it's actually checking for input name, which is obviously not true. And then if we say save, okay, so this is on pop-up. When do we actually update the name? On after we connect the node. So we want to do it here first. Connect existing node. So let's run that here actually. If it's equal to null, we don't really need. It could return early, but if it doesn't equal to null, we'll want to check. Actually, maybe I think we do want to check earlier on. Connected profile node if it's not equal to null, because we still want to check if it's just input name. For now, we'll ignore it. Just want to see. Okay, so we can probably just get rid of this altogether. Let me get rid of that that signal. Okay. All right, moment of truth. Here it is. Settlix. Date. Why is it saying the data's null though? Well, actually, it doesn't. The first time around, again, doesn't really matter. Profile exists. Okay, there it is. Profile exists. If we say Settlix 1, profile exists. Settlix 2. Wait, no. Here's where it's weird. Settlix 2 should not exist. But let me see something. Maybe we created it. No, there's no Settlix 2. And it's saying the dictionary isn't full and the size is greater than 1. Who the hell is claiming Settlix 2? Let's see. We'll also print the data, seeing what the hell that... It should... I mean, eventually it will create the data. Like, once... Alright, we'll see. Literally, the second you save your account, it will save the player. Here, let me see. Check if it exists. So if the size is greater than 0, let's just print the data. Just try set03. I think it exists. I think it will say yeah. It doesn't matter what it is. I'm very confused as to why our dictionary has some sort of, like, what data is in our dictionary right now. In fact, the player data... Yeah, let's just see. I wonder... Okay, no. I don't think it knows that you changed the player name. It does know I'm changing the player name because it's like in the print statement I'm checking what the player name is. Like it said, like, here, checking if player name exists, Settlix 2. All right, so it works. I mean, it works here, and we're printing the data. If I say Settlix 2, it says profile exists. The size is greater than 0. Let me see. What's the name of this account? Do you see it? Profile name, player name. Okay, the player name is Settlix. So it's grabbing... I see. It's grabbing the data from the old... the player node, the player data. Before we run... Here, I think I got this. Before we check if the player exists, we want to make sure that we're resetting the data. I thought... Oh, I see. I thought the... I don't think it knows you changed the name. It did change the name. It's the data of the name is still this, because the profile doesn't exist. It still has the same data on the... I'm not sure if that's what you meant. Yo, Jackie, oh my goodness, thank you for the raid. Welcome everyone. Frumius Bandersnatch. How's it going? Oh my goodness. What you been up to, Jackie? How's the game? So, we're currently having some, like, server issues, but I think we solved it. Hopefully, fingers crossed. What you been up to? Here, I'll show you guys. I don't think this will crash anything. We recently redid the menu, and like we have like a whole debugging and like logging system for like playtests. And that was like the biggest thing right now. Also, we can add you as a new account. So who was our? I think it was Kuju, who was our most recent. So we'll actually just edit you, and I think the leaderboard will save your profile if we run this because it's the first time you're here. So here, let's try it out. We'll add Jackie Codes. We're going to add you to the leaderboard plus feedback. We'll add you to the debug mode and everything. And then we run the game. Moment of truth. Okay. Here it is. So right now, if we go back into our Silent Wolf, I should see your name up here. There it is, Jackie Codes. With all of your data. On debug mode, your current session is chapter 3. Apparently you beat all the chapters. You're actually the fastest speedrunner currently, with a total runtime of 0 seconds, actually. So that's actually the most impressive speedrun we've had yet. With a total time of... Somehow you have a total time of 7 seconds, but your current total runtime hasn't been saved yet. I've used Silent Wolf before. Yeah, I just got into it. I was going to have, like... because I'm releasing the game on Steam, I was going to have, like, a Steam integration... integrate it via the Steam leaderboard, but I think this is a better idea because if we have an itch version out, that way this could be like more all-encompassing. We can probably do both, like have a Steam leaderboard, and then we can have just like an everything else leaderboard. But I think this is kind of cool. Make sure you update it because once I didn't and I regretted it, and hackers. Yeah, so. It's definitely like what I'm looking at right now. It's very exploitable. There are a few issues for sure. Because this is a playtest version, I'm not too concerned with it just yet. But yeah, I think no matter what, people are gonna be able to hack it, and I think what I'll just need to do is like back everything up in case, people cheat or anything like that. Maybe what we'll do is have like verifiable accounts, people that we can, have some sort of sign-up system. I'm not entirely sure just yet what I'm gonna do, but yeah, we'll figure it out. I'm still in the early stages of like figuring out. Like we have this thing called a death logger too, and I think I want to split everything up so it's not all in the same. Well, this is players. I think we're bound to 40 kilobytes per file, so we have to be very, like the death logger. I think what we'll do is, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Currently, this is just 2 arrays storing the the X and Y position, but like also we don't know what chapter they're on when this is being saved, so we'll have to look into that. But yeah, I mean that shouldn't be too difficult to store. But yeah, that's what we've been doing recently. I'll show you guys the actual in-game content. So like, this was like the debugger that we had, and this is also the new chapter, the newest chapter that I worked on, chapter 6. It's pretty easy in the beginning. It's supposed to be very satisfying and fun, and then it gets more and more sophisticated, showcasing all of the other mechanics that you were previously introduced to. Also, we've been updating some of the sounds, so some of them might sound a little funky. I feel like the dash needs to be updated just a bit. But I do like the bass to the flying sounds right now. Gotta run some errands. Great game. Bye. Looks good. I'll see you. Thank you again for the raid. Yeah, how's it going, Shady? And also welcome everyone else. Anav, Roger to Tiberio. Welcome everyone.
Hello there.
So yeah, yeah, I'll actually do a quick speed run of like we can do chapter 1 maybe. Let me see, or we could do chapter 6. Fuck it. No, let's do chapter 1. It's a little faster. We'll lower the volume though. Oh, we're in like in the middle of a chapter 2 here. Let's bring ourselves back. add some stats to Jackie codes. This game looks really cool. Thank you. If you want to play the game, you can actually play it now. It's over here on. I don't think I released the itch. There's a private itch version, but if you don't have a Steam account, there is also an itch. Actually, did I update the itch? I think I did update the itch version. Let me see. Oh. Yeah, we did update the itch version. So yeah, if you want to play it on itch or if you want to play it on Steam, I would like to ask if anybody wants to wishlist the game. It does help with the algorithm, but other than that, you know, whatever platform you're interested in playing the game. If you want to play the game, no pressure too. But yeah, here I'll show you guys some of the gameplay. Most of the features, this new leaderboard system, so us using Silent Wolf isn't in the game just yet. I'm trying to fully implement it by the 20th. So we'll have something available, and like, you know, also I'm kind of looking forward to like people sort of like, hopefully not like ruining the server with it, but like, you know, if you want to break it in some way and like want to cheat, go for it, just because this leaderboard will be reset at some point. Maybe I'll try to release it before that. That way we can see if there are any like, obviously if you like it is really easy to hack it and cheat, but if you want to like, I don't know, like if you just want to help with some of the playtests or some of the, you know, debugging and stuff, and you see like, oh, here's like a really cool exploit or like an easy in-game exploit, then yeah, you don't you don't even have to tell me, you know, just do the exploit, and I'll try to figure it out on my own. Game is generally fun. Would recommend the demo to see if you like it. Don't tell NPC that. Tried to clear all the notifications, but it wasn't on my own screen. Oh, nice UI. You like the UI? I'm glad you like it. Yeah, we spent a lot of time on it too. Spent like 2 weeks, well, 2 weeks on the UI and like the logging system and everything, so yeah, it's a lot of work. So in the Steam demo, there is profiles currently, like there are profiles that you can save your progress on, but those aren't connected to any like cloud or anything like that, so if you like delete your files, it's gone. I think what we'll do is probably leave it saved locally, for now at least, and eventually, I mean, we'll have the Steam cloud. We could technically have this data saved with Silent Wolf. I don't know if that's what I'm gonna do, because that feels like a lot of work, or like it feels like there's a lot of friction. I'm sure there's a better way to go about it, even though it is possible to save it this way. I just don't know if it's like the most secure way, and like, yeah, there's no actual like I don't have a secure way of like setting accounts just yet, or if I will do it, because like we can, I guess, associate it with just Steam accounts. You can just append the save slot to the end of the name. The save slot. Question: How useful is it to have multiple save slots? I guess I think it's nice for this game, because maybe, so actually it's not that useful for this game, because in this game you can, like, let's say someone's a speedrunner, I guess, okay, so the reason why it's actually kind of good, because like, let's say you want to have a 100%, like, let's say you want to 100% the game, versus like speedrunning the game. If you 100% the game, certain interactions might not be available anymore. For instance, like maybe we have certain secrets that once you activate them, they're officially activated no matter what. And if you want to completely redo that run, you'll have to make a new account or delete something. I'm not entirely sure. I have multiple accounts, but yeah, technically, I assume most people will just have one account. Even if you're a speedrunner, you'll probably just have one profile. But yeah, I did it, I guess, for fun. It's also nice to have it, like, whenever someone raids, I like to add a new name to the roster of profiles. But yeah, I'm sure that there are some use cases, but in general, like, I mean, technically, it's a little, hey, don't have any bright ideas, Shiny. You wouldn't be the first one, and I may or may not add you. Don't get any bright ideas. Man, I suck. What do you mean? I know what I mean, and you know what I mean too. I said don't have any bright ideas. Thank you for the raid, Shady. How's it going? Wow. I guess I have to add you, right? All right, who am I replacing next? But yeah, this is the new. So this was the logger. All of the logging currently is stored locally. So if you, like, let's say you playtest the game and you want to send how your run went, you can go into app data percent or percent app data percent. And we have profiles here depending on your session. So if you made an account on profile 1, you'll see I have all my sessions. Currently, there's no limit to sessions. So like if you play this game 1,000 times, you'll have 1,000 files here. I think eventually we're gonna limit it to probably 100. It's not like it's not like it's storing a ton of data. And right now we're actually gonna shrink it just a bit, because like right now we're storing there's like quotes, there's parentheses and stuff like that, so we can probably reduce that to just just the X and Y values, and maybe even lower the value just a bit, like by 2 decimal points, just so that we're not storing like tons of data. It'll be a little inaccurate, obviously, but I don't think 2 decimal places, like 1/10 of a pixel, shouldn't be. 1/100th of a pixel is probably to the 1/100th of a pixel is probably fine, if I had to guess. So yeah, that'll save a few bits there. Also, thank you for the follow, Roger Tiberio. What are those? I don't know. I had some frame perfect positioning on my run. I mean, oh, what is this song? I've never heard this one before. Delicious by Kokonoku. I'll take it. Also, Snow Shinobi, thank you for the follow. Frame perfect. I mean, frame perfect to, if these values are going into, the billionth of a whatever this is, the 100,000th of a pixel. I doubt you're hitting this. But I think 100th of a pixel is fine. At least for storing data. Obviously, when you're playing the game, it goes pretty low. And it will be rounding the final value there. So yeah, I think it'll be fine. for playtesting services, or I mean for playtesting. Except there actually is there is an issue with this though. Like, let's say we do want to create some sort of replay system, then we will have to record this. And in fact, we have to completely redo the way we're handling this now has to be done differently, because this is also technically being rounded. And there might be some. Honestly, I think it'll be negligible actually, just because if you start a new room, usually you're starting a room at like zeros. Like, you would have to have a room that's as large as this many pixels, which I think is almost impossible. I don't think I would ever make a room that large, and yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I haven't even looked into it. I think we would handle this differently. There would probably just be an input logger or something. Get controller states and store that on the process. Yeah, so yeah, storing the controller is probably a better idea. But I still would have to look at it. I'm not entirely sure what's the best process, because computers are running things at different times too. Like, I just don't know. But we'll see. Also, Pavlinsky, thank you for the hydrate. And BCX Souza, thank you for the follow. Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate it. All right, so I think we got our profiles working now. Or the original issue was that our data wasn't being reset. So when we're checking for the data, before we return the profile, we'll just say, boom, 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 boom. Player node, player's node. Auroral Phoenix, thank you for the follow. You're welcome. Thank you, Tomer. Oh, and freaking, I really have to thank Shiny Games for the raid of one viewer. I think that's probably, I would take 100 raids from Shiny Games over 100 over one raid from Jackie Codes. Actually, no, I would take 102 raids from Shiny Games. How's it going, Military? Welcome. How you been, Military? It's been a minute. All right, so who are we replacing? I think we have to replace. I think I have to replace Settlix. It's been a hot minute since Settlix has been here for a hot minute. So now we're on to Shiny. Mostly been sleeping. No, Jackie is way cooler. Yeah, no, that was. What the hell? Shiny already exists? Wait, okay, we didn't fix the bug just yet. Let's do that. Shiny, you're gonna be postponed for just a second. Your raids have better viewer retention. True, your raids have 100% viewer retention. But yeah, we're just kidding. We're greatly appreciative. Tomer Bar. Oh, Tomer Bar. You accepted a raid. How's it going, Dadix DS? Ew? Is it ew to accept a raid? How's it going, Yan Yan? One up Shiny? True. I think we have to replace. Who was that one? Was it Yan Yan? I think we have to replace Shiny. Also, thank you for the follow, Detta. I'm fine off the leaderboard. No, you're getting added to the leaderboard. It's set in stone. Any raid. Those are the rules. I don't make the rules. Those are the rules. All right, let me first fix this though. So I'm just going to say the player data on get yeah, let's do this. Players. Players dot player on get player data. Let's just reset this data. Cause wait, I assume we're resetting the player data here, right? Get player data, player name. Where the hell do we set the player data actually? Get player data, use threads, true, get tree, root, connect, on get player data completed. Find this. Func results. Player data is equal to response.player data. Alright, so I think maybe right here we'll just want to replace the data. So player, honestly, we might want to replace all of this, but you know, at least for this, we'll say player data is equal to null. We'll have to see if there's any issues here, but I don't think there is, because we're already storing. Like usually, we're not even going to be storing this data on the Silent Wolf node. It's going to be all done, you know, via our profile node. So we just need to access this information once, check if it exists on the leaderboard, and then that's it. And then we can throw it away. Throw away how we threw Shiny. How we threw Shiny to the curb after Tomer raided. I want to see that happen. I'll make an enemy in my game that will absolutely trash and be named Tomer. If I replace, you know, technically. Here, technically, Shady doesn't even exist. So let's first add Shady, and then we'll remove Shady. Oh wait, it's still bugged. Fuck. Still it's named Settlix. Or, okay, the first time around. Let me see. Dictionary isn't null. Size is less than or equal to 1. Request completed. We created the... Okay, so if you create this account, you're technically still not added to the leaderboard. Let me just make sure of that. You're not actually added to the leaderboard. Oh, no, you are. Okay, we do have you added. The second you press save, you... Oh, yeah, we did that. The second you press save, you are added to the leaderboard. What's interesting is that the data on your account... Oh, the reason why the data is the same, like, you know, this is all of our old data, is because, you know, we're technically on the same... It's the same profile. Like, the profile name is still... where do we see that? Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, you're still on profile 1, so your like you can technically replace the data. And what we're gonna do actually, eventually, is if we edit this name, we're actually just like let's say this is the same account. We'll just remove, like, let's say we just replaced Settlix, right? So I think what we'll do is we'll have it completely remove Settlix and then add Shiny. And then same with, like, let's say we added. So it says profile already exists on the leaderboard. Let's say let's add Tomer. And save. Okay. I don't know. Okay, what the fuck? Okay, it seems like I have to press it twice for it to work. We'll have to, you know what I think we'll do? We'll have to look into that. I'll look into that next, but before we do that, Tomer bar is now here. Why my speedrun isn't valid? Your speedrun isn't valid because your name is Shady Games. That's the reason. All right, so now we should see Tomer on... This is not a leaderboard, by the way. This is just all the players that exist. So it's technically not the leaderboard. This would be the leaderboard, which doesn't even exist yet. So don't you worry.
Hello there.
Yeah, how's it going, Solus? Alright, what's taking so long? I'm sending too many requests. They don't want me to... How's the leaderboard coming along? We haven't implemented the leaderboard yet. We're setting up... What the... Oh. Wait, what? It says no games. What the hell? They removed my game. Oh, because I'm not signed in for some reason. Wait, what? They removed my game. Honestly, I think they removed my game. I'm signed in. They banned me. Let me see. I did send the email request. Maybe they responded to my email because I said I told them like the API key wasn't we couldn't get a new API key. It was the same one. You removed the game accidentally? How did you remove the game? He said we can try to hack it. I tried too hard. Did you actually? What'd you do? You registered a new game called Memory. God damn it. That's how it's that easy, huh? You have all the data now? Wait. What the hell? What the fuck? Wait, I got my data back though. What the hell? It's that easy? You just name a new file called Memory and you have access to this? That's so funny. So I'll have to create like some sort of key. Like again, it's pretty easy to hack, I guess. I mean maybe. Okay. That's funny though. If anyone sees it on stream, so actually, yeah, okay. I'll name it something else, cause I mean I hid the API key from stream, but I didn't know having the same name will also fuck with it. Yeah, it was literally just the name, not even the API key. That's so funny. Then it's just Silent Wolf being bad? Yeah, I guess. I mean, maybe they never had a reason, you know, like it's the same thing with me right now. Like I never had a reason to care for people hacking the game, but you know, obviously like I literally invited everyone to do it, so. But I mean, that's a pretty bad issue. Like that is a bad issue on their end. Like that shouldn't be allowed. They should just create two separate, you know, if it's a different account, it should just be a completely different, you know, they should associate it with the account, not the name. All right. So I guess we will go here. Let me go into the save manager. I will name the game something completely different, so that could never happen again. Oh wait, but then if I view it, like literally the game name is right there. Let me see, how large can the name be? We can make a really large name. Try to hack it now. All right. For now, I'll leave it the way it is. If you wanna troll me, go right ahead. But for now, let's game ID, game name, game ID. I feel like that's maybe they had, yeah, they should just have a different game ID and make this unique so that no one could just, because there is a game ID. In before they store passwords. Try with those. Oh my god, don't do that. You could ruin a lot of people's day. One Lion. How's it going? Thank you for the raid. Yeah, how's it going, Big Amy? This lion is not from a zoo. Roar. Yo, Deflux. Welcome. Welcome back. Some familiar faces over on One Lion. Have I heard it? Have I seen you before, One Lion? If I have, I apologize. I feel like I haven't. I most definitely haven't. How's it going? Thank you for the raid. What's up? How's it going, Paneer Walla? And let me see. Did I say hi to everyone? Duka Soft. We're kind of trolling right now. And I'm getting trolled and getting hacked and all of the above and being made fun of. But yeah, hope your stream went well. Netcoding live session. Community day 196. Yo, you're on day 196. I'm almost on day 169. We're like perfectly balanced. Except I'm on 168, so not perfectly balanced. You've probably seen me around. No worries. I'm the .NET app dev. But I watch a lot of game dev streams, so we're probably crossed paths a few times. Yeah, for sure. I've sent them a message about the issue. Yeah. I also have some like I want to contact them. Like they don't seem to be on for like as popular or like I feel like a few people have already heard of them, but they're not that popular online. I wonder why. I guess maybe there are a bunch of I feel like maybe there are more services like this, but they're specifically tackling Godot. Oh, Deflux, you were on this Discord call, it seems. No coffee, no code. I like that shirt, by the way. But yeah, I hope your stream went well. Did I give you a shout out? No, I don't think I did. I'll have to check out your stream one of these days. Silent Wolf is very specific to Godot, so not a big use. Yeah, but it's still smaller than... I would expect it to be slightly larger, at least. Because if we look at... I don't know. We saw how many games... You posted that itch page, and there were like a decent amount of games on there. And if you look at their Discord, there's like barely anyone here. Yeah, One Line is an amazing streamer and very knowledgeable. Yeah, I'll have to, I definitely will have to check you out. Especially since we're doing, like, I'm not very familiar. Honestly, in terms of, like, programming things outside of Godot, I feel like I'm, pretty uneducated, actually. So, more streamers, the better, to be honest. Who need things like this are either end up not using it or implementing it themselves. Maybe, but like, I mean, this feels like it's so convenient. Like, I don't know why you would, I guess, yeah, if someone wants to implement it themselves, that makes sense. But yeah. All right, let me, I'm trying to think. There's still that issue with the profile already existing. Hopefully, I'll have to keep checking to see if anyone stole memory from me. Alright, no one yet. I'll have to create like an entirely unique name and everything, and like... I think what we'll do is... Yeah, probably the Steam version has to be unique, Maybe we'll keep it on Steam. Hopefully this, like, the API for, like, working with their leaderboard stuff is not too difficult. Or almost like everything we set up on creating a profile here will work on the Steam version. Or, you know, with the Silent Wolf version, and then we can set up something for the Steam version. Or we might even want to make our own server for this. I'm not sure yet. Right now, this is kind of like a placeholder. And be too long to see on stream. Can you create a game through their API? If so, I could just make a little script that tries to steal memory every minute. Can you make a game through their API? It's all you're really doing is making an what's it called? An HTTP request to this, like, literally all you're doing is just communicating with this page here. And obviously, and all these other little tabs here. I don't think it's that sophisticated. And literally, all you're doing is sending dictionaries, sending JSON files. Yeah. Sending dictionaries. That's all it is. Probably just send the request that happens when you press the create. Just send the request that happens when you press the create button. That's the other issue. That's why I didn't, like, as much as I would like, I think it would be cool to, like, run my own server of something like this. I'd be afraid of someone hacking it and then, like, just ruining everything. Silent Wolf, they're taking, you know, they're biting the bullet. Like, all you need is, like, one big streamer to use this service, and then it's ruined. I'll send the last speedrun when it's done uploading. All right, sounds good. See ya, Tomer. Okay, so we've gotten distracted. Thank you for all the raids, everyone. Also, I don't think I really did an introduction of the game that I'm actually... We've kind of just been talking here. There are a few easy things you can set up on Azure. I'm sure it is. The thing is, for me at least, I don't think I would do it personally. I think the reason why I like this third party is just because it's pretty seamless. Like, I want to focus on gameplay. So as much as I like working on this system, I want to stay focused. And I want to keep working on the project because the project still isn't done. And this is more of like a side thing. It is something that I care about a lot. Also here, let me go to full screen so you guys can see everything. So yeah, as much as I think this is very cool to work on, like, and you know, I'm enjoying it. I don't want to spend too much time, and I'm sure Azure would work pretty well. But yeah, I do want to get back into development of the game. You know, level design, story, mechanic design. Most of the mechanics are done, but Chapter 5 still needs to be redone. So yeah, I want to spend, you know, this week, and hopefully only this week, working on this leaderboard stuff, and then on release of the game, then I'll start working on the Steam integration, the Steam like scoreboard integration and everything like that. And then we'll have this on the side. And like, you know, eventually, if let's say we, you know, the game gets popular or something, or like, you know, just it becomes a bigger project, I'll make some more updates. We'll maybe host our own server, or maybe we can contact either some you know, developer that wants to do this, or we can even contact Silent Wolf and be like, hey, what you have is a good, like, you know, a solid foundation, but it's not good enough. And if you would like, maybe we can pay them or something. I don't know. I'm kind of just, you know, it's a shot at the dark right now. Back to actively lurk while I work. Just note that there are no obligations to return a view. Just glad. Oh yeah, of course. I greatly appreciate the raid, and yeah, I mean, what you were doing on stream seemed pretty interesting. So I'll definitely, you know, I do like Sometimes I regret not being able to see certain streamers because, you know, the stars just don't align. Like, maybe we always stream at the same time or something. But yeah, I definitely want to check you out. And thank you again for the raid. Alrighty. But yeah, this is the game. If you guys want to play it, it is on Steam currently, so you can find it here. There's also an itch page if you don't have a Steam account. But if you do have a Steam account and want to wishlist the game, that is greatly appreciated. Just because, not even for the purchase, obviously, more so just so that it helps with the algorithm. You know, it pushes, tells Steam, hey, this person, you know, this person isn't delusional about their game, and they're actually trying to release something, quote unquote. Only semi-delusional. It's always a nightmare to get leaderboard secured. Steam's one also is super easy to break. Yeah, so I think what we're gonna do for the Steam leaderboard is, like, there will be a Steam leaderboard, but you can also just associate it with your friends. And I'll probably moderate it too. Like, I don't mind moderating, you know, like, people, like, obviously, we can read, you know, it's in speedruns. Fortune's favorite. We can watch it on stream probably. If it's 30 minutes, we probably won't watch the whole thing. I'll probably maybe put it on double X speed or something. Strawberry Jam. Nice name, Strawberry Jam. Welcome to the Discord server. 28, 58, 565. Don't expect much. I still need practice. Yeah. I won't. I'm sure it's good, and I think you're maybe being hard on yourself, but yeah, let's see. Yeah, we're gonna play it on double speed. Any percent by Tomer Bars. Tomer's run. It's a he starts over. Here, I think maybe 2 point. Yeah, we'll do 1.5. No, I feel like it doesn't represent the speed run that well if we play it too fast. Oh, we'll watch it. We'll skip through certain areas. Already seeing. Yeah. There's a lot of things that you can do efficiently, and it's not necessarily a skip. Like, for example, so for example, this room right here is very easy to do. Or, like, you were saying, oh, like, the player can skip certain mechanics. Yeah, that's intentional. Like, right here, you could technically, it does require some precision, but yeah, you could technically just ignore this entire area. I'm trying to see what other things. I mean, the first chapter has existed for a long time, so I feel like there aren't too many skips that I haven't noticed, or there aren't too many skips that have gone, that have happened that I haven't seen. But let's see. Yeah, that one's a pretty common one. This chapter has been redone a lot, so I wonder if there are any skips here too. I don't think there are any skips in this run that Practical doesn't know about. Yeah, there were some skips that you did in Chapter 3 that I haven't seen yet. Oh, honestly, I think this room needs to be redone. The coyote time requirement is it's a bad design. Oh, this is another skip that you could technically do. You can completely ignore the blue, that blue platform there. This one's pretty straightforward. You can do some jumping around to avoid, yeah, like that. I do want more puzzle-like elements. Oh, this one's a skip. Oh yeah, this one's probably my favorite one. Or like, I was proud when I made that one. I was like, oh yeah. I want more skips like that where you can like sort of jump through the fire. You guys are pretty talented. I'm so trash at platformers. It's not talent. It's I think it's persistence. Because I don't think I'm good at I'm not good at platformers. I'm good at playing my own game. Or I'm decent at playing my own game. Dude, what are all these bangers? Why are there so many bangers lately? Oh, I can literally just say this. Agreed, I'm also trash at shmups, but decent at my own game. I think that the thing that's nice about being like semi not good at a video game type is that you know you can still, I think it's good because then your game is not biased towards a certain subgroup of people. Like I think I'm not the best at making a platformer, but I'm decent at like designing them, I think, I would say. Managed to encrypt messages into .bmp image files. Nice. There's another skip. Oh, did I think I missed it. Is there a skip here?
Your turn.
There's a skip here, I know that, technically. You can actually skip most of that area. There's a skip here, too. Right there. You don't have to go through the portal. There's also a skip here, where you can dash up right away. That's another skip. You can just dash up instead of having to go through the portal. Although the time, like, oh yeah, this one you can literally just skip all the skulls. So it takes around 30 minutes to complete a game when you're a speedrunner. That's interesting. Yeah, around 30 minutes, probably less. I want to say maybe 25 minutes if you play it, you know. We don't know what the fastest run is just yet, at least. Yeah, everything hasn't been... Also, the game isn't done yet, and there might be other designs. Well, the game will get longer. So it's hard to say, because things will be optimized more, but the game will also get longer. So we'll see. And I also want to add more mechanics to the game that allow for like more margin of error between speedrunners, if that makes sense. So like, you know, a better showcase of skill in speedrunning that's not just you know, it's not necessarily just, you know, doing the thing, like understanding the mechanic fast, but also perfecting a certain type of mechanic. That's like the base game has a very low margin of error. Just because I want the game to be very beginner friendly, but when it comes to speedrun, like that's the precision aspect of it becomes more apparent when it comes to speedrunning. a combination of doing something fast, but also, you know, doing something perfectly. Oh my God, Tober, you got stuck in this this area right here. It must be frustrating. Yeah, technically you can die and it still works, but I'm probably not gonna fix that just yet. Do you consider having a specific level every month with a dedicated leaderboard so that speedrunners could fight for top every reset, and keep the previous levels playable? Specific level every month, like a specific, like a new chapter every month. That would be a lot of work for me as the. I mean, honestly, if the game is I hope there's a moment in development where like I'm just completely satisfied with everything, and all, like, you know, in terms of like mechanics, art, and all that. And it would be cool if there's a point in the game where like all I do for fun is level design. And it would be cool to have some sort of level editor at some point, you know, for like community made rooms or something. But yeah, the base game is going to be, you know, just the, you know, the 6 chapters, and then I'll probably add more. Like, I want to have the same amount of content, or like, you know, I do want to have a lot of content in the game that's just made for the base game, or not the base game, like, you know, versions, you know, 1.1, 1.2. Like, I want to keep adding content to the game, and then simultaneously, I guess with working with that, I'll work on a level editor. I think that'll be a lot of fun. I think that'll be the next project. But I'm anticipating that at some point we're gonna have like, the game will be done at some point where like I'll be like, all right, there's nothing else that I can add to this game, and I'll be completely happy. I don't know when that is though. And I don't see the finish line just yet. For, you know, like for when I, you know, completely finish this project. I see, you know, the finish line for the, you know, version 1.0. But yeah, not for when I completely just start an entirely new project. Could bring replayability, some kind of monthly events. If it's completely different content, but I mean, that would be one life, no redos. The issue with like resetting leaderboards is that it would have to be completely new content. Because if someone beats a world record, or like if someone has a world record, why would I reset that? You know what I mean? Like that's your achievement, and then to say, oh, you know, let's pretend the world record didn't exist, and then let people keep, like, you know, being the top. Like, we could still have top runs of the month. But to, like, you know, to remove the top run for the whole game would be weird. And to like feature a certain chapter would also be weird. But if there's Steam leaderboard lifetime will definitely be full of hacked records, like every 4 years. Yeah, true. So again, we can store monthly rooms or like monthly world records. But I don't know about making an event around it and being like, oh, here is the top runner for this month. Unless I don't know, actually. I'll have to think. Maybe I have to think about it, because like right now I'm thinking it's like if someone breaks a world record, why would I congratulate someone who has Or like, should that the person who got 5 milliseconds slower be also congratulated? What do you think? I mean, I think they would be congratulated, but I don't know if I need to implement something in the game that says, "Hey, good job," or unless it's just a leaderboard that says top this run, which would be very easy to implement. I don't know. In my head, it was fun. Should correlate with speedrun.com or whatever. Yeah, so like here, let's look at speedrun.com and let's see. Let's look at Outlast. Here, wait, let me pause this. We're almost done with it. We're 2/3 of the way done. But let's see Mario. Super Mario 64. Is there top speedruns of this month? History? No. So if you look at the top runs, the world record is still constantly being beat, which is kind of crazy. And I wonder if that's like. I wonder if there is like so like you can have end date. So yeah, just adding another filter of like showing most recent runs, I think what could be here. I was thinking about the monthly events separated from the game's base content. Leaderboard? Yeah, I mean, okay, so if it's completely separated from the game's base content, and let's say we have, if there's a speedrun.com, like, having it associated with speedrun.com, I think it would be pretty cool. How the hell do you 0 star? Haven't seen that glitch. It's been done. Time 6 minutes, and I guess you can, like, glitch through everything. Yeah. Like a specific room like just one room? Like having an event where it's like who can speedrun this room the fastest? Literally just one room? I'll have to implement, if we do that, I would have to implement literally just a mechanic to let the player reset a specific room, which actually shouldn't be too difficult. What?
What? You're kidding, dude. You're kidding.
That must be such a... what an emotional moment. Retime to 16:16. What was it originally? 16:16.6. Did he beat the world record? Yeah, he did. So the one before that, let's see. He beat this recently, and the world record before that was a year ago. That's kind of crazy. new room to do with the leaderboard, and previous challenge rooms will still be available to play on. Honestly, it's growing on me, Shady. The idea. I still don't have anything implemented for the scoreboard for the leaderboard, so I will work on it. And honestly, once the system is in place, it shouldn't be too difficult to like set things up. But yeah, we'll have to look into it. Still, again, I just want to have a base scoreboard system, and then once the game is fully developed, I'll like build on that system again. This will be something to consider and brainstorm closer to release for sure. Yeah. And even like if there is like interest around the speedrunning community, people can do this themselves, like setting up maybe we can even have like custom, because like it shouldn't be too difficult for people to even have their own custom leaderboard set up. And like, I don't know, maybe this is getting way too ambitious, but like leaderboards can be set up in any way possible, right? Like anyone could do, similar to how they have 120, 70 stars, or literally any sort of type of run. Literally you can do whatever the hell you want, really. So yeah, I'm excited for what the game has. I like what the game has in store, but I don't want to get too like, this is feature creep, right? Like every new feature has like new anticipated like ways to like expand on it. For instance, right now this whole like the player log and like debugging for me. Oh, speaking of Fortune's favorite, after this I'll look at your run. Goddamn, we were not getting any work done today, but it's Friday, right? We're having fun. This is fun, right? Fun. Rebecca Black, fun. Don't tell my best I ain't getting any work done. I'll try not to. This is chapter 5 is gonna be completely redone pretty soon. Honestly, yeah, this has been here since like day one of speedrunning. The mechanic is a lot faster right now for because this is in the private version. It's not balanced at all. I kind of just put it in there for fun. That's why there's no speedrunning setup just yet. I think right now, just to make things official, or like just to keep things balanced, the speed runs that I'll introduce within this week, or within next week, is only going to include chapters 1, 2, and 3. That way, people who don't even have access to the private playtest can still participate. And the first 3 chapters, I think it'll have a more official, scoreboard system compared to the private demo. We'll still do something for the private demo. The thing is, it's just constantly going to change. Like, for instance, this chapter has to be completely... The mechanic is going to be completely refactored. So, like, refactored and redone. Like, so... To make anything official would just be a kind of a waste of time. But, I mean, we'll still have it for fun. Like, it could be there for the records of, like, oh, someone beat, the old shitty version of this chapter in, like... in 3 minutes or something, something like that. But yeah, this is the newest chapter, chapter 6. I would say it's pretty easy currently. Oh, wait. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, this chapter is relatively easy. Until you get towards the end parts, this one's going to include basically all mechanics from the previous chapters. That includes, the force dash, the chapter 4 mechanic. It doesn't include anything from chapter 3 just yet, but I do plan on doing that pretty soon. And it also doesn't include anything from chapter 5 just yet, because I'd rather not design anything just yet, because I don't know what it's going to look like. We'll design chapter 5 before we implement chapter 5 mechanics into chapter 6. These are still the old sounds, actually. I should update the Steam demo pretty soon. What language is it programmed in? It's called GDScript. It's a language specific to the engine, which is called Godot. Godot. Some people pronounce it Godot, but that's technically incorrect. Technically, I think the way I'm pronouncing it is correct. Incorrect. I think it's actually pronounced Godot, but I don't think anyone pronounces it like that. Or some people do, actually. Looks extremely fun. Thank you. Yeah, I put a lot of effort into. I do try to make the game fun. Again, we're currently looking at Tomer Bar's speedrun, or this is his one of his very early attempts at a speedrun. So like, it could definitely be optimized. It's pronounced Godot, actually. Like GIF. Godot. Yeah, this is what the chapter isn't super difficult, but this is what makes it more difficult, the chapter 4 mechanic. And then once we start including chapter 3 mechanics, I think it'll get even more challenging. Single level, full runs, glitchless, yeah. How's it going, little Mano? Dude, what are all these songs? They're actually like... super bangers. I must have, it's funny. I used to have, yeah, I think they updated it. Smart Shuffle. I think they called it enhanced something at some point, but now there's a Smart Shuffle. I'm liking it. I'm liking what I'm hearing. This is the private one. So this is a full game, the entire full game, including chapter 5, which is, currently not the best, but it's there. Also, the sounds were recently updated, not in this version, but in the version that I have currently. I like them a lot. The dash sound, I think I broke though. I think I did something to the dash sound, and it sounds really bad now. Risk of Rain Risk of Rain does have a lot of good sounds. The artist, the person, what's his name? Chris something has really good songs. I bet I can beat 32 minutes. Guess there's only one way to find out. Oh, you released... Here, I'll send you the... To save replays slash... with inputs? No. The only thing that is currently saved is player states. So this is everything that's currently saved. I do plan on implementing something. Where do I get my sounds? Itch.io. I usually buy... sounds are the most expensive. I'll say. They're worth it, but they're the most expensive. Usually I buy them from sound packs. Commissioning sounds is very, very expensive. It can get very expensive. It's the most expensive, I would say, like out of all assets for a video game that I've encountered. Not even music, just sounds is very... It's a lot. You can get some decent stuff from sound packs, though. There is one that I use specifically by these art. I actually bought something recently. But these guys have really good sound. Epic Stock Media. You'll see, like, on average, it's like 30. I mean, sometimes they go up. Like, this one's $60. Really depends on what you need. On average, it seems like, I mean, they can go upward. Like, see, Fantasy Worlds, like $99. Yeah, I'm a big fan of, like, really good sounds. So, I mean, if you want some really good sounds, definitely check them out. If you want unique sounds, I mean, the thing is, like, I'm not much, like, I do edit my sounds sometimes with like, but I'm very, like, basic with it. Audacity, like, I'll mess with, like, you know, the reverb and, like, the fading in and fading out, stuff like that. But that's as much as it goes. Like, splicing together sounds, I probably would never do. At least not right now. What I would do is maybe hire some, like, if I have the budget for it, I will commission someone to probably either make their sounds, or if they already have a wide variety of sounds, or, like, combine things that I already own. Yeah, I'll send it send me a DM and I'll send it to you. Boom, 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 boom. So that's the password. And the link is... The link should be in announcements, but I'll send it. See if I could find it. Right here. Or I'll send it to you on the DM as well. Oh, fuck. I exposed the password. Here, I'm going to change the password. Quick, get it before I change it. It's not a big deal. Here we go. I'm going to send a new password. Memory. Wow, that was embarrassing, actually. I've never done that before. All right, so there is a new password now. I think if you log in, it's better. Better refund those fake internet points. Password is one. You know, it's funny. Before after I exposed it, I changed I edited the password and added 123. But now it's completely new. Here, I'll send you the new password, Solus. I think for the most part, if you already logged in, it doesn't matter. I think even if you change the password, even if I change the password, you should still have the login. I'm pretty sure, if you're already logged in. But let me just go into announcements, and I'm just gonna say, hey, I changed password to the private demo, to the private playtest. You should still be able to log in. CPN Lakitar P. That's it for sure. Appreciate it. Yeah, I make my own art, but no way I can make sounds without some serious time and energy. Yeah, they are.
Now for something completely different.
They are pretty. They're good too. Like, I mean, it depends. Like, I like 8-bit to 16-bit sounds. You can find like usually you can actually find. I don't know. I haven't even found 16-bit sounds that I like. There are 16-bit sounds out there that are good, but anything free that I've seen on 16-bit, they're usually subpar for me at least. I'm not gonna say they're all bad, but like, you know, at least the free pack. I haven't paid for any 16-bit sounds, but the free ones are like they're just pretty generic, I would say. Maybe he can read now. Turn the word around. Practical NPC. I see. Oh, Solus. Okay, I mean, sorry, not Solus. Oh, fun ledge, by the way. Okay, yeah. I was gonna... This is, This is not a bug. This is a design issue. There should be just a spike there. Same with these. It's not a bug. It's an issue with the hitbox. All right. So actually, Fortunes, let's look at your gameplay. Since we haven't. I think we fixed. Wait, let me look at our title screen again. We'll look at the code for just a second to see if it's still broken. Or here. So we have Tomer bar. Let's add Tomer bars. Save it. And it says it already exists. The first time around, it says it already exists. So we're just grabbing this data incorrectly somehow. I'll look into it. This will be the second day, or it was towards the end of the stream that we couldn't get this to work. Well, if we fix that issue today, we'll be on a good track. And who knows how long I'll be streaming today? Maybe we'll have like a 12-hour stream or something. I don't know. All right, so I'll look at Fortune's favorite run. Fortune's favorite run in just a second. Also, did we finish looking at? Oh yeah, we did. Okay. I was gonna say, did we finish looking at Tomer bars? Tomer bars run, but we did. All right, so we should see Tomer bars here again. Okay, yeah. But yeah, there is an issue because Tomer bars is still. We're getting. It's just a slight issue with our with us checking if the account still exists. But I think we can fix that relatively soon. Let's first look at Fortune's favorites run. Here, I'll download this. Virus detected. What are you trying to do to me, Fortunes? Why is it saying virus detected? You 7-zip. Why is it saying virus detected? Get details. It doesn't even let me. Is it actually saying anything, or is it just doesn't know what a 7-zip file is? I'm not sure why it's not. Yeah, it's not even letting me like bypass it. Yeah, your computer has a virus you don't know about? Here, let me try. Let me download it on Linux and see. On my laptop. Give me 1 second. I trust you, Fortunes. You wouldn't try to hack me. Bum 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 bum. Didn't steal your game on that wolf site? True. That was all Tormer Bar. Dude, there's so many bangers today. Wait, I think I already have this one on my playlist, actually. Let me see. Yeah, we did. Alright, give me 1 second. Actually, I could show the screen. But I feel like it might not be worth me showing because I'm just gonna go on this for a split second. Oh, I might have to use my authentication app to log in. Yeah, where's my phone? Oh, I also got a pee. Just posted it. It has a zip file that is better. Yeah, it just seems like it's just a bunch of JSON files. God damn, your chapter. I didn't realize runs could be this long. I guess, yeah, this was what I was worried about. We're gonna have to save this data as right now we're saving them into vector 2s, which is obviously very inefficient. I'm just curious. You know, it's weird. Oh, okay, never mind. It's just a very long. I mean, it's not like, okay, 1.2 megabytes. Like, obviously, in the world of like AAA's is not that much, but like in our game, that's a lot. Feel free to only examine chapter 3. That is, as that is where I goof around. I want to look at your chapter 1 as well, because your chapter 1 is 168 kilobytes, which is a decent amount as well. We'll look at everything. So chapter 1, 2, and 3, we'll look at everything. Your first session here. Let me see. I'm currently looking at it on my Linux. Let me see. Sent it here. All right, there we go. Zip. The zip is fine now. I wonder why 7-zip was, because I feel like I assume I have 7-zip on my computer. All right, let me move this laptop. All right. So we're gonna open this. We're going to get rid of. We have to get rid of all of these sessions for now. Yeah, let me make a. I'm just gonna. I don't want to remove these accounts. Here, let me make a backup here. And I'm just gonna throw this in here. Honestly, it's not too important, but whatever. Let me make sure we delete all of these. All right, we're gonna go into profile 1. I'm gonna delete all of everything here, and let's go back into. What the hell? Oh, okay. Downloads, profile. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. These are your runs. Alright, so we'll look at chapter 1 first, might as well. It should just work. I think if I just run current chapter, we'll set this to 1 and just run it. Yeah, we should see all your data here. On profile 1, chapter 1 session data. Okay, so everything, okay, here it is. I was playing on controller analog stick, FYI. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Controller analog is like, I want to say, the worst form of input. Which is good for me, for like testing purposes, because I know a lot of people will be using it. Even though I explicitly said, hey, don't, I said D-pad, but that's good. All right, so, you know what I should do? I should also add a sign to show like how many times you actually died, because it might not be obvious. Like if these stack on top of each other, it might not be obvious like what's actually happening. But you can see like you died once here, 0 times in the first obstacle room, a few times here. Less here, a few times in this area. Once here, once there, twice here. But yeah, you got it right. Like you got it pretty quick though. 0 times here, nice. That's actually pretty impressive. Going to shower, be back soon. All right. Also, I don't know. I'm high. Hi. Oh, I'm high. How's it going? Welcome. You can tell where I was goofing around. Let me see. I don't know. I don't really see. I guess right here, maybe. Trying to get this collectible. This is a very. I expect this to happen pretty often. You can see, because we added transparency to these files, it's obvious that you died a few times right here. How's it going, Blue Bro? Yeah, it's not too bad. What are you doing right now? We're currently looking at Fortune's Favorites run on the first chapter. You try. Oh, it seems you tried going for this collectible, but after you might have not known what this does, and you probably got spit out, and then you're like, "What the fuck?" And then you were like, "All right, let me go back." If I had to guess, that might have been what happened. What I should do actually is throw this like over here, or like over somewhere somewhere later in the chapter. What I might actually do is put this. What I should do here is actually put this over here. What I'm gonna do is put this collectible room over here, and then what I do is I put this over here, because this way you already know what the portals do. Because in this moment you don't actually know. Kept bouncing off the portal. Yeah, you're supposed to dash into the portal, but you're not told. You don't know how. You don't know that you're supposed to dash into the portal until much later. Because I exposed this mechanic to you before this room. Took a break from making a horror game for reasons. What were those reasons? But yeah, all in all, pretty good. You didn't die a single. Oh no, you died once here or twice there. But actually, getting past this part is pretty good. Scared himself. Yeah, the fact that you only died twice here is pretty good. A lot of people struggle with this area specifically. Also, wait. I was gonna say, wait, what the fuck? But yeah, the positions obviously are gonna be looking strange now. Here, wait, let me fix this. This room now has less tiles here. Let's take 2 tiles off the bottom. Oh shit. And we'll add 2 tiles on the top. But the auto tile here that we want is 19. What the fuck? Use pillar reference. No pillar references. We want to run the aesthetic script. Run aesthetic script. Oh, dude, are we... Okay, wait. What is this? Run reset. Okay, what is this? The scaffolding index. I don't remember, bro. I'm just gonna keep running into... Oh, there we go. And then we say use pillar reference on border. Okay, what did we break here? I'll just leave it the way it is. Fuck it. We'll fix this later. Let's go back into watching the game. Wait. Wait. Scaffolding, seed input, run tool, run. Yeah, weird. I'll figure. Oh, I think it's because our auto tile or our this right here we have to delete. And then if we run this again, there we go. I forgot we had that bug. Spartacus1207, how's it going? There's going to be some areas in chapter 3. I'm sure you'll be confused how I died. Yeah, we'll look at that next. All right, so yeah, let's open up chapter 3 now. I've never actually looked at anyone play chapter 3, so this will be interesting. So we're gonna want to add this as a child here. What do we call these nodes again? We call them display state node. Display states node. All right, so here's our display states node. Current chapter is 3 and run it. All right, here it is. Here is the 100 what was it, like 1.2 meg. I don't think we're printing chapter 3 input. I think we're still printing chapter 1. Or no. Why does this doesn't look like that it's that much info? Is there like a... Wasn't chapter 3 your biggest run? Almost 1.2 megabytes, but this doesn't look like 1.2 megabytes worth of information. Or maybe I'm tripping. Yeah, like what the fuck? This is like so much larger. It ends on 4. Or negative 1,000. Profile 1 session 4 chapter 3. Session 4 chapter 3. It's broken into sessions. This is called session 4 chapter 3. So we should see more data than this. I don't know why it's only showing, unless maybe I'm printing the wrong info. Let me see, 27.57, is that the first value we get up here? No, we're seeing 168 negative 40. So what the hell is this all deaths chapter? It says chapter 1 session data. Let me see. Maybe we're printing chapter 1 session data. But honestly, we should see, like, it doesn't really matter. Let me see. It looks like your positions are correct. It looks like they're positioned correctly. But yeah, I'm wondering why. Yeah, it seems like it's the right positions, but we actually don't know. Yeah, let me see your final death. Or actually, we won't really know what your final death is. But yeah, it looks like it's printing correct. I think it, like, whatever we're printing here might be from maybe chapter 1. Let me see. If we look at your session 1, chapter 1, your first position is negative 576. Your next one is negative 136. We said 136. No. 27. Dude, I don't know what the hell is going on here. For a change of pace, what do you think? A vampire survivor? You know, I'm really, you know what's so funny? I like the idea of working on it. I don't know what it is. Like, I feel like my ego doesn't want me to make, you know, like a shitty game, but I low-key want to make a shitty game. Like a, I've been playing a lot of like, you know, old, like right now I'm actually replaying, have you guys ever played, I think this is the best Castlevania, Symphony of the Night. I've never played it before. And like, okay, the game is not shitty at all. It's actually really well done, especially for its time. But I've been playing that recently and I'm like, wow, like this is so cool. And like, it makes me want to work on a game that's like more old school. But the thing is, in today's day and age, that's considered shitty, right? Like it's not necessarily that good. Or like if you use PS4 graphics, or sorry, like PS1 graphics, it's like considered kind of shitty. I don't know, but like something is so appealing. Like, I mean, obviously it has like a nostalgic factor for a lot of people. For a general audience, it might not be appealing to people. But like, yeah, something. There's having gameplay and then there's having jank. So, okay, so for example, I'm trying to think of a game that like, alright, I also played, the old, dude, I don't know how this game got popular. Maybe I'm like a, you know, what's it called? Freaking Gen Z gamer, but I've been playing a lot of old games recently. I played the old Resident Evil 2, and dude, that game, I was frustrated. I don't know. I played the remake, and I loved the remake, but playing Resident Evil 2, the original Resident Evil 2, it pissed me off. I rage quit from playing it. The camera angles are so tough, yeah. And it's like, the way they handled movement was like, like pressing up moved you forward all the time. So you would have to like move your camera in a certain way, like move your, left and right would rotate your character, and then up would move you forward in any direction that your player was facing. And then aiming was like weird too. Have I played the old school Legends of Zelda? Old school Legends of Zelda were pretty good. I don't remember which one I played. I never beat any of them, any of the old school ones. I might want to revisit them. They were harder. I would say they're harder than they're harder than the new ones, honestly. I remember playing them and I was like, oh, this is kind of tough. But I was younger too. I would like to revisit them though. But I've never played Metal Gear Solid, the original one. I played that one recently. I love it. I'm really enjoying it. I can't believe, like, it feels like it was so good for their time. Metal Gear Solid is from Kojima, right? I feel like what classic games are from Kojima? So yeah, obviously Metal Gear Solid. I feel like any Kojima game is probably going to be really good, right? Seems like it's a lot of Resident Evil. A lot of Metal Gear Solid. I've never played. They're making a Death Stranding too. I didn't know that. I was scared to play Silent Hill because I'm scared. Wait, Silent Hills? Was it always called Silent Hills? I thought it was called Silent Hill. Or is this something else? PS4. How was PT? I know a lot of people like. I don't know if people liked PT. I think it was good, right? I would put it this way, other people helped Kojima become famous making MGS, and Kojima ruined everything he was put on ever since because he just wanted to have fun. But people like his stuff, so who cares? Metal Gear is in the... Yeah, Metal Gear was in the list right there. I was just looking at his other stuff. Yeah, I don't know, like... I haven't played too much of Kojima's stuff. I did play Death Stranding, and honestly, I think I like the issue I have with a lot of AAAs nowadays is that I don't know, like gameplay loops are getting worse in my opinion. I didn't mind Death Stranding, I'll say, because I don't think it was trying to be crazy ambitious with what they were trying to do. I don't know if it's like maybe I don't know if like. Oh, he worked on Castlevania? Specifically Lords of Shadow. So I've only played I think did he also work on Symphony of the Night? Kojima. Ayami Kojima. Konami. Kojima worked for... Who's Ayami Kojima? People say the same thing happened with George Lucas. So yeah, I was gonna say, like, I wonder if like developers get more obvious, like more pretentious as time goes on, which I mean, I guess is understandable. And like they sort of just make like but I don't know really. Like you're saying, since because he just wanted to have fun. Like, is that a bad thing to just want to have fun? Like I feel like. There are George Lucas. Let me see who's George Lucas again? Is that the director? American filmmaker. He worked on all the Star Wars. He prefers spectacle. If you make one awesome thing and have enough money, then why not just have fun with your creations? So yeah, I feel like if you're as it. Also take whatever I say with a grain of salt, because like I'm just like a random NPC, but like. Personally, as a game developer, I want to focus more on gameplay, and like I think having good gameplay is the art form rather than the good gameplay is the art form rather than the spectacle that comes with like one thing that was very cool with because I was playing a bunch of PS1 games and like I was looking at like I mean I was playing this a lot. I was playing. I played Resident Evil and I played like a bunch of games, but the second I started Metal Gear Solid, I was like, whoa, like this completely, like compared to all the other PS1 games, it was like completely different, and I thought that was so cool. And like just the amount of features that was in it. There is that spectacle aspect that Military was mentioning, but like at the same time, I think it was well done because the UI was still good. I'm sorry, the user, like the experience of the gameplay was still good, but there was still also a lot of spectacle. And I don't know, like, I think it's unfair, but I feel like I cringe a little bit when I see something that is a spectacle added to the game, because it's kind of like, oh, that amount of like in my head, I feel like I think that amount of the amount of resources that went into making that spectacle could have been used to make a better game. In terms of just the mechanics. But again, that's just my opinion, like how I am as like I don't because for instance, if you become as popular as someone like Hideo Kojima, or like any sort of like movie director, eventually you're gonna your ego does increase, where like now it's not just the movie itself, but it's the spectacle, and it's like creating something that also there's like a what's it called, a capitalistic aspect to it, where it's like, hey, what's going to get more views, what's going to sell the game more, stuff like that. And I feel like if you're already in a position where you've already established that you're a good developer, or in this case a good filmmaker or director, you don't need to worry about that anymore, and you just need to worry about what gets more views. So that's what could have happened with George Lucas, or that's what could have happened with most Kojima games. But I think that's just how it is with AAAs nowadays. Nowadays, it's like they're more concerned with making money, and I mean, obviously, there might be that perfect balance where like you can still be a part of something really large, and still make a decent game. It's just honestly because there aren't too many titles. Like I feel like nowadays there aren't too many names associated with games being developed. For instance, like who is making? I couldn't tell you who designs COD, and I would say COD has like, I think usually the gameplay loop of COD is frowned upon, and I wonder if it's because there's no real name associated with it. I might be wrong about that. I don't know. Like I'm kind of bullshitting, but like just from my if I had to make an assumption. And then if you think about something like Death Stranding, I mean, I'm not gonna say Death Stranding was a good or bad game, but you can tell Kojima does care about his image when he was making the game. So like I do sense that he was trying to make the game good, but again, it's very hard to balance, the fact that you are the fact that you have a lot of money invested, and you are paying, potentially thousands of developers, thousands of a large amount of artists, developers, marketing is involved. So it's an entirely different game compared to an indie who is just passionate about their project. Again, this is all just in my opinion. Again, as an indie dev, I'm like, oh yeah, gameplay is the most important part. The user experience is the most important part, and then everything else is secondary. I do focus a lot on art. I do focus on making the game look good, but that's why I do pixel art, is because like you keep the scope small. You can still maximize on the art, but just keep it, I only have 320 by 120 pixels to mess with at any given moment, so it gives me a lot of room to focus on mechanics. And it makes the mechanics easier to work with because I'm working with, usually my movements are determined in in number of pixels, not like other units, like some arbitrary unit like 8 pixels, or I mean there are arbitrary values that I sometimes assign, but for the most part it's thought of in numbers of pixels. It's easier to balance, in my opinion. And the more sophisticated you make a game, the more difficult it is to balance those types of mechanics. AAAs don't want their names out there. Sometimes they try. So yeah, another example would be what's his name? Who's the Bethesda dude? Todd Howard. That's another title. Like, honestly, Todd Howard, I feel like is like is interesting because I feel like he also cares, but also I don't know. I don't want to sell it like there's also a difference in like cultures too, I think. I don't know. I feel like the American culture is very like make money, like super focused on making money. So like they are like really into the spectacle, or like just really into hey what game not gameplay loop, but like what loops make the most money, and it's like or like what sort of thing, what's the best form of marketing, and it's like that's what it felt like with, because I hated, I'll tell you right now, I did not like you've heard me say this before, but I did not like Starfield, compared to all the other Bethesda games. I didn't like Starfield. It's subjective, but yeah, I just did not like the gameplay loop, and I thought they spent too much time on other resources in the game that were like pretty boring in my opinion. But yeah, that's just me. And it's like that for a lot of AAAs where there's just too much investment on graphics and pretty colors, or if it's a multiplayer game, too much is invested into the their gambling loot crate system, or something like that, skins, and not enough on the actual gameplay. Or even in general, like fixing bugs. Another game that I've been playing a lot of was the thing is, like, okay, so I've been playing, I actually stopped playing recently, but there's this game, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and like they don't have enough content in their game, and they're releasing skins, and they're not fixing their bugs, and it's just like they know they're doing it because like they're relying on the franchise title, and then they're also relying on the fact that probably a bunch of kids are playing their game, so like they'll buy the skins no matter what. But yeah, I do think, I don't know, I feel like, at least with Kojima, I think he is trying to make good games, despite, I don't know, like, whatever his, I don't know if he has, like, I actually don't know enough about Kojima to, like, make any claims, but I feel like he is trying to make a decent game. At least he's trying something new with his like he's in love with that. I think he's in love with the Death Stranding idea at the moment. So I'd say let him cook. Hone your craft, dude. COD is something that is going to fall. I don't think it's going to fall out. I think that the thing is, in terms of capital, they have it figured out. So I'm not going like to flame it is like it's just not a part of the love. Like it's not a part of the love of game dev anymore, I would say. Like to say like, oh, COD is like a really like an expression, like an expression of art, which I think game dev is. It's not that. COD is not one of those games, and a lot of AAAs aren't, unfortunately. They make money, so why should they? Yeah, exactly. It's not a video game anymore. It's just a means. It's a form of entertainment for people. And they're capitalizing on it. I mean, it is what it is. I'm not going to say, oh, don't do like, I mean, you can flame it like as a developer, I'll flame it, but as like someone, like as a gamer, I'll be like, okay, whatever. Like I already know the gameplay loop. If I like buy, like, let's say I buy COD, for like instance, I have friends and, I know people who want to play COD. So I'm not going to be like, oh, I'm never going to play COD. If people like the gameplay loop and they want to play it, sure, I'll play it, but like it's not like as a developer I won't like it. But as a as a consumer, it's kind of like, I'm not gonna call it a guilty pleasure. It's more of like trying to think. It's kind of like a Taylor Swift song, like you're like publicly, like I mean, Taylor Swift is like the most popular, artist. I'm pretty sure. So it's like, like I think she's figured. Same thing with her. Like Taylor Swift songs are not, like they're not like amazing in any way, but they found the I don't know, the secret to the emotions that are going through teenagers at the time. So like it just vibes with them, or I don't know. I'm kind of bullshitting at this point, but. If there's like some, one of those classic Taylor Swift songs, I'm not gonna be like, oh, that song is shit. It's just, oh, like that's a Taylor Swift song. There it is. But yeah, we got so distracted. What were we even talking about? Apex and Hunt are two extreme examples. They keep adding bosses, characters, and most of all skins, and constantly increasing at a constantly increasing rate, but they refuse to fix bugs apart from temporary fixes. Yeah, exactly. And that's just it. Even existing games at this point. Like I'm trying to think. There's a I don't know. Game devs, again, I think it depends on, like, usually the smaller the team, the more enthusiastic they are about the project. And I think if they, once capitalism, like, once the aspect of, once they treat it 100% as a business, it becomes a lot different. Another example is, like, Dead by Daylight, like the game Dead by Daylight. They add a lot of content to the game, but it's just new, like, collaborations with, like, just new collaborations with already existing franchises, and then they're like, hey, look at like, basically look at me. We've added Alien from the Alien series, and like that's the newest content that they have, I believe. And it's like, they know that that's going to attract, one that's going to attract Alien fans, and it's also going to attract just regular players who come back after every new edition of a killer or survivor. And like I feel like they are going to balance around those new mechanics, but they've already found their loop, and they're going to probably stick to it. They're not going to add, new content, new game modes. Maybe they're afraid it would hurt the game if they did that, if they started adding like a different mode that isn't your typical, fixed generators, and tried there's a gameplay loop. There's this arcadey gameplay loop that exists in Dead by Daylight, and they haven't strayed from it once. The gameplay loop from day one has always been the same. Which, I mean, I guess again, they know what they have, and maybe their only way of like adding to the game is just adding more, killers, and then balancing around that. I mean, it does have a decent community, so I'm not gonna flame it. Decent community, as in like at least they're adding some content, and at least they're balancing the game. But yeah, obviously there's a spectrum of like what you would consider good or bad. Or like there's a spectrum of what's good and bad. Good thing you have the smallest team. Yeah. The smallest team is obviously, I don't know if that's subjective, but I would say like the smallest team is obviously going to have the most, at least the most passion for the project. I don't know if that's like, I don't know if having like a one person team is the best, but it definitely is good. I feel like maybe a 2-person team would be quote unquote best, as long as you obviously don't have any issues with that person, which can happen. Like, people can just like split apart, for whatever reason. But yeah, like maybe I feel like a 2-person team would also be relatively good, because that way, like, one person could help drive the other person. But also from my experience, a 1-person team, I mean, I feel like my drive for this game has even lately has been through the roof. So I'm not going to say solo development is a bad choice either. Where are you hosting leaderboards? Currently, I'm hosting it on Silent Wolf, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Okay, so yeah, that was a huge rant. Did we? I'm gonna go pee, and then after I pee, I think we tackled everything. I don't know if I got. We looked at we didn't actually look at Fortune's favorites run. Here, let's look at that real quick, and then I'm gonna go pee. Or you know what? Let me pee first. I'll be right back. Whoa. Do I think top downs? Yeah, top down. There's some pretty good top down games, top down horror games that are, um, yeah, ones that I remember seeing some top down game that was, like, obviously it's not gonna be as scary as a 3D game. In fact, like, I honestly, I'm pretty familiar with the horror theme of games, so I wouldn't, like, personally, I'm not, like, 3D games already are difficult to scare me, but and 2D games most definitely won't, but you can still create a horror type game. It's just not going to be something that someone is necessarily is afraid of. The thing that makes games like that scary is the dimension you cannot see. Yeah, I would agree with that. It's still in your mind. It's still in your mind even if you can't see the graphics. That's true. But like there's like an aspect of realism, right? There was one game that I found very like there's this horror game that I was playing at some point. And it was a 2D game, and it was very scary. It was also a very simple 2D game. Like, there were no actual like, I think that the thing is, like, associating, like, allowing a lot of, like, imagination to the player is, like, a real, like, you know, people are afraid of things that they, like, you know, the fear of the unknown. So if you can establish a lot of that, for sure, I think that's it's a good idea. But I think if you have, like, some sort of graphics in your game, and you, like, you have a clearly established, you know, monster, for instance, I feel like it's not it like it loses that scariness factor. For example, in my game, this would be very, like, it'd be pretty scary if you lived in this world right here. Like, the tree, there's skulls, there's, like, flying skulls, there's, like, little, like, this is in real, like, if there was a real life version of this, it would be pretty scary. But because it's all, like, you know, almost stylized and, like, cartoony, it's not scary, in my opinion. The sounds, though, I'll say, are pretty scary in the game. The boss fight is kind of like the sounds made from the boss and the face of the boss are also kind of scary. Principle of porn. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, military, but I'll believe you. All right, so let's look at Fortune's favorites run, and we'll see. Oh my God, it actually takes a hot minute for it to load all of the info. They didn't die on the first room. That's pretty good. On the second room, it seems like maybe they were bouncing on the right side of the eye and they kept bouncing over. Like, if you hit the right side of the eye, it pushes you to the right. Seems like they got this room pretty good. Over jumping it, yeah. Can you see the path taken with this logger? I don't have it implemented yet. I will implement it soon, but it's I would say that's I'm going to do that after I get the whole leaderboard system set up. After I get, I'm putting that, like, we have this right now, and I'll keep this the way it is. Actually, I'll probably update this pretty soon. So I don't have it visually set up. Obviously, we have the data there, but I don't have it visually showing up yet. But yeah, I will do it soon. It shouldn't, honestly, it shouldn't be too difficult to set up. I just haven't. Here, it looks, yeah, you died a few times here. This is actually pretty good. You didn't die too many there. You bounced, you jumped in. I can tell, like, certain things I can tell, like, you jumped and you hit this spike. Here, you jumped and you hit this and then you fell backwards. Here, you jumped and then you dashed upwards. So yeah, I can tell certain things. Obviously, you struggled a decent amount here. Bouncing on this, maybe bouncing back here. Obviously, these involve you hitting this on the left side. Here, it's maybe you're required to do an upright dash, I believe. So you were doing maybe sideways dashes into this one. And then Same thing here. You kept doing you bounced and then you did a side. You keep doing side dashes and not upright dashes. But yeah, this is expected, especially in this earlier parts of the level. You're still being taught the mechanics, so that's why these rooms are here, to show you like how exactly to play. So this is actually pretty good. I don't know, like eventually what we're gonna do is add a label to see how many times you're dying in each of these rooms, and also once we have the logger showing exactly what your run looks like, what the states look like, or what the path looks like, maybe it'll help me with some information. But yeah, it seems like you're just doing right dashes after you hit this, and especially if you said you're using the analog stick. That's the reason why I don't like suggesting the analog stick, is because there's a margin of error there, where if you are pointing upwards but you're not pointing too upwards, like you're basically within the 4 pixels within the, your axis goes from 0 to 1. If on the y-axis you're below 4 by default, the setting is set to 4. It might be actually, I think it's set to 4 by default. What happens is, if you're not above that 4, and if you're like holding right, like, if you look at the analog, if you're pushing, if you're pushing to the right, usually that's fine. But if you push slightly up, obviously you'll probably consider that an up dash. But if you're pushing up and then more to the right, like if it's just slightly up, this is still considered a right dash, and that's the problem with using an analog stick. D-pads, because digital, hardware / digital input is a lot. It's more direct, right? Because like exactly which button you're pressing, whereas there's a little bit of issues with precision, the dead zone. So there is a setting to lower the dead zone, but then again, if you lower the dead zone, that means you have to be more precise with not overshooting your input, right? So like a right, it's more likely that a right input now, like let's say you're pressing right and you have the dead zone really low, a right input might turn into a down right or an up right. So you have to find that perfect balance. I think GameCube controllers are the best for this, because they actually have the octagonal shape around the controller. So if you have a modded controller that has those, you can do it to your controller too. Like you can just cut, you take off the plastic and you like do some shenanigans. I'm sure there might be like octagonal shapes that you can, hexagonal mods that you can buy online. But yeah, personally, I don't think it's that, unless you have that, I wouldn't suggest using an analog stick. I'm sure, you can, probably 3D print one. Let me see this. This one, you did pretty well here. See, okay, so you've died, like, this is basically, I would say, it's a little bit more difficult, or, it's only on one side, so it's not that bad, but yeah, I can already see you're dying much less in this room, and in this room, and in the next one over, so I'm actually surprised you didn't die more here. This room, in my opinion, is not that good, because it requires you to jump onto the side of this platform. If you jump here, you kind of screw yourself over. You can, I think, dash. It would be difficult even to dash over, because at that point you'd have to you still have to end up on the left side here somehow. Or you can jump on top, but yeah, it's a little weird. This one's not too bad. This area, actually, you didn't die that much here. If you do the speedrun route, which I'm not sure what you did. You might have seen us doing the speedrun route like in playtest. Did you do the speedrun route, or did you go the full circle? If you did the full circle, this is actually one of the hardest rooms that you're first exposed to. And I think it's pretty challenging. But if you did the speedrun route, it's not too bad. But it does seem like you played around with both and found the shortcut myself. I see. Okay. So yeah, the speedrun route makes this room so much easier. If you have to do the full circle around this thing, it becomes very difficult. This one seems like you didn't. I don't think you died once here. Here once. Only, like, this is pretty good, actually. I'm actually surprised you're not. Did you play? I'm sure you played Celeste or something. Because you're not, like, certain rooms would be very difficult, I would say, for someone very new to platforming. For instance, this one right here. Never played Celeste? Oh, wow. You're actually pretty good. for someone who's never, like, even someone who's played Celeste might struggle with the. No, like, obviously it's not impossible, but like, yeah, you're understanding how to traverse the room, so that's good. Use a lot of shortcuts, FYI. I mean, that's fun. But yeah, I understood the room. Yeah, that's good. So yeah, like here you died a few times in the beginning. This could be. I wonder what happened here. Because you're dying a few times here. Either you're trying to dash early into this portal a few times. Not sure. Bouncing on the portals, I see. Okay. Yeah, this is not too bad. Here, I'm not sure what's going on here. Yeah, it's hard to tell what exactly is going on here, because it might be that you're bouncing off here, then you're like dashing up, or you're missing the dash, and then you just fall straight down. Yeah. I assume maybe you pressed the reset button here. Not sure why you died here. On this little, this one right, on this spot right here. Literally dashing back into portals, I see. Alright. This room wasn't too bad. I know this room is one of the more frustrating, probably one of the most frustrating rooms. And obviously each of these spots where there's nothing to hurt you, but there's no obstacles, but obviously our laser friend is shooting lasers at you the entire time, and you're dying to these lasers. Which is, expected. And yeah, a lot of deaths are happening here. This is probably the hardest, relative to what you've been exposed to so far, this is probably the hardest room in the game. And then, I mean, we'll see. It does get easier. I would say this isn't too bad. This room also isn't too bad in my opinion. This one, I'm actually surprised you haven't died more in this room, but I guess you started understanding what it was, which is good. Like, this is a terrible example of a playthrough because you're doing well. I like it when people are doing bad, like really bad, because then it helps me understand if there are any improvements that need to be made. But the thing is, if someone does really bad, it probably means that if they were struggling with like this room, it means it's more than likely they probably would have just not been able to beat this room, or even even chapter 1 or chapter 2. So usually if you're able to get through chapter 1 and 2, chapter 3 is it is a different beast. And I do like, let's say, I want to say maybe 70% of people who, let's say, buy the game, or 70% of people who get the game will beat chapter 1. I'm hoping more. I'm hoping like 90% actually. I'm hoping 90% of people will beat chapter 1. Chapter 2, I would say like 80%. And then in this chapter, I think it will drop down a lot. I think for chapter 3, it'll drop down to like 60% maybe. Or honestly, I'm just like spitting out random values. I'm kind of bullshitting right now, but like I know this room will definitely be something that discourages more players. This whole chapter. And if not discourage people, it'll at least like postpone, let's say you wanted to play the game for an extended period of time. I think it will postpone people's playthroughs. So like on the first week of gameplay, if someone was anticipating playing the game for until they beat it, it might make players rage quit or whatever, and then come back to it with a clear mind. It happened to me a lot in Celeste, so I assume the same thing is going to happen to players in this game. 1 was fairly easy. I can say chapter 3 is chapter B3 being the it definitely is the barrier for it's the next it's the next step. Like chapter 1 is like very, very beginner friendly. Chapter 2 is also relatively beginner friendly. And then chapter 3 is when it's like, all right, you're basically on your own. Although like the mechanics, I still try to be very, I still try to spoon feed the player with like understanding the gameplay. But it does require more like precision, more. I mean, the fact that there are lasers means that like there's a bigger threat. Like you have to, you can't just take your time anymore. You have to push forward. This is also this is the longest chapter in the game actually. A lot of like a lot of these like some of these mechanics were actually in chapter 1. For instance, this mechanic used to be a chapter 1 mechanic. Skull friend, yeah, exactly. Our skull friend, he's just sharing. Like, actually, I'm gonna remove the lasers, and it's actually gonna be blood. Like, he's gonna be vomiting blood. So he's just like, in animes when they like bleed from their nose, it's kind of like that. He just likes you so much, he vomits blood. This room, I mean, you died a few times, but that's expected. Yeah, certain areas you can actually not even have to. Actually, in this entire room, you actually don't have to kill the skull. I'm pretty sure. My heart bleeds for you. Yeah. So yeah, like in this room, I'm pretty sure you don't. I'm trying to see. I'm pretty sure you don't need to kill the skull here. Never killed him in that room. Yeah, and same thing with this room. You never have to kill him in this room either. Oh, you didn't die once? Oh, you died once. You also don't need to kill him once in this chapter either. Oh, you died a few times. Right. This is expected, actually. This is the hardest part of this room right here. 3 times right there. This room is not too bad. Like, yeah, this is an easy room. Going forward, it's very easy until you reach the boss fight, I would say. I mean, yeah, these are more so like. Well, you died a lot in this one. Interesting. This one seemed to be very difficult for you, or maybe you were messing around. So I would say this one is probably a lot easier, but. That was you practicing a skip? Oh, fair enough. This one is... I don't see you dying anywhere here, so that's good. Yeah, this guy, he's a pretty... we haven't done much with him. We'll probably add more stuff, more content with this dude pretty soon. Alright, and then here is where the boss fight begins. Some death around here, maybe. I'm not sure what happened there. Well, how'd you die so much in this little section? Maybe you were AFK, but you're like up here, so it's like you jumped. Were you trying to avoid him? Like go into the next room? See if you can break the game or something. If you leave the room, yeah, I was thinking about blocking it out actually. Once you enter a new sequence. Oh, his position doesn't get reset. Interesting. I'm pretty sure. I thought I set something up to reset his position, but maybe not. I think I reset his position on these ones. On the left and right ones, but not on the downward ones. I'll have to look into that. Alright, so here, a bunch. Yeah, this is expected. I mean, this is your first time experiencing this boss, so like, you're starting to realize, oh, there's like more. You're timed. Yeah, every time you die, he just caught up to you. Same. I mean, here is actually not too bad. You are. So, I'm. So it seems like you're running across. Maybe you're not dashing at all, which is expected from the player. But maybe I need to. Maybe I need to push this stuff closer, because technically, maybe. I mean, you do figure it out, but it does happen a lot here. So like at least one, a bunch of times here you've died. Yeah, I had to figure out. Yeah, so that's the only issue, is that you had to figure this out. I feel like, I mean, if you've gotten to this part, I would hope that they would figure it out. I think it's okay. I think it might be okay as long as this wasn't introduced at the very beginning. Like, I think this is an okay place to put it. That was the issue that I had with some of there was an issue that I had with pop-up spikes on the floor. That could help too. The thing is, the pop-up spikes do take a long time before you feel like you could run through it and not have to worry. But yeah, putting spikes would give a sense of urgency, but you could technically just run at your own pace and still not get killed by the spikes. It would have to be like, maybe not pop-up spikes, but fire. Like, you have to hit a thing and then like run really fast. I think that would help. But that's the same thing as the fire dude chasing. Like, it's the same thing. There is already a sense of urgency. But yeah, we'll see. Spent a lot of time getting the ledge skip placement. Oh, this right here. Yeah, this will be fixed though, so I wouldn't rely on this in future runs. In fact, check it out. I have to bring this back in. All right. All right. Technically there should also be spikes here. I'm not gonna mess with it just yet. Here was a lot of getting caught up by the boss. You can do. Oh, you were trying to do it here. Were you trying to do it here as well? Never even looked at the left side. Check it out. Yeah, so usually, like, on regular spikes, when they look like this would actually kill you, but these spikes are different from other spikes. If you jump, like, technically there's a tile here, but it's not accounted for, because the hitboxes of these ones are a lot smaller than regular tiles. Another solution would be to, like, put this here and then remove this spike here and do it like that. Oh, but then you'll still have the issue here. So yeah, it's a specific issue to this tile map and any new tile maps that use this same method. This is I guess the greatest solution if I want to keep it like this. The other solution is specifically if we ever see a tile like that, to just expand, like create a unique tile for corner pieces and just increase the hitbox. The hitbox usually is 1 pixel. Like, how I handle it is basically the hitbox reaches up to this point, and you technically, if I didn't account for anything, you could land on this pixel right here, and you can still stand on the block. But what I do on top of that is we have an array. If you enter the idle state and you land on this, and there's an array there, we have an array on the player's feet. The player's feet checks if there is a spike to the right, and if there is a spike to the right, and there's also another array that's on the player's looking down. This was my solution. I don't know if this is like the same solution that they did in like Celeste, because like Celeste does this, has something for this as well, but I don't know how they handle their hitboxes. But specifically in this game, if you land on it, you technically don't die until the raycast checks if there's something below, and there's nothing below and something to the right, and then you get set to die. That's how I did it. I'm sure there are maybe another there might be another approach. I'm not sure. a better approach, but that was mine. It was a fun skip and it does require some skill from speedrunners, so I think you may want to consider leaving it. Okay, maybe. I mean, oops. So Celeste does have something where like you can technically grab onto corners. I would definitely ask your speedrunners and get their feedback. I'll have to think about it because like I do like usually when someone finds a speedrunning strat, I'm not like, oh, that shouldn't be allowed. You know what I mean? Like if you find a quote unquote exploit in the game, I try to inspect it objectively. So I'm not just like, oh, you found a secret, but in my opinion, the intention of the design was for it to be so that you can't jump on these corners. But I mean, like it's not like I'm going to say no. Like for instance, I mean, yeah, technically you could also do it here. But my original intention, like if we're considering, like for instance, if we had these spikes right here, this would kill you. If I had spikes like this would 100% kill you. And I mean, these are just a newer version of the same spikes, just obviously with a more aesthetically pleasing tile map. So yeah, I'll think about it, but yeah, again, the original intention was that this entire section would be a threat. If I did want to allow like allowing a corner piece to not kill the player, I think what would need to happen is there would need to be something unique about this. At least something else, because like this looks weird, obviously, and it gives the player maybe the impression that they can jump on that. I don't know. I'll have to look into it. I think for now I will keep it where like corner pieces, like this was the original intention. So I will keep it like this, but we'll see. I guess so with that in mind, I mean, no, going this way, if you didn't have this, it is easier. I'll say that. It is faster because you're dashing up here, jumping on this, and then doing an up dash, whereas this, you have to jump here, dash here. Certain times, like sometimes dashing or like going the long route is sometimes faster than the short route because you have an extra dash. But in this particular case, if you're jumping here and dashing here, your dash gets reset right here, so you can just dash straight up and land on this platform, and then do a sideways dash again. So this would be faster, but again, I'll have to do some investigating. Right now, this feels more like of a bug to me than a flaw in the design rather than a feature that should be used in speedrunning, in my opinion. Okay. Let's see what else you got here. You should try the skip. I can try it out. Let me just look at the rest of the run. Same thing with like this area. It happens pretty often too that I don't fill the whole thing up. This area, I mean, yeah, you're dying a little bit on the beginning there, but that's just the time aspect. Here, it seems like you're fine. Here, okay, I mean, this is a hard area, so like it's expected that you're gonna die a few times here. Going forward, yeah, this is fine. Honestly, it's not too bad at all. Checkpoint. Okay, so here it seems like it was somewhat difficult, but you do have a checkpoint here, so you could have also been like, oh, I have a checkpoint, I can kind of relax here, which is kind of understandable actually. Replicate frame perfect ARB dash, I see. Yeah, it's not too... actually pretty good. This area, I wonder... So, beginning area, not too bad. Even here, it's not too bad. Honestly, I feel like you had a better time in this area than you did. Yeah, I mean, this whole thing is pretty decent. And then you beat it, and then you come here, and that's it. Yeah, that's your entire chapter 3. We can look at chapter 2 real quick. Oh, we have one already. Cool. So your chapter 2. 0 deaths here, 1 here. Nothing here. Few times here. Few times here. This is expected. This is the first. This also the placement of this tile is actually pretty difficult. I think I might push this one forward a bit. This one, the amount of deaths here I think is expected. It's not too bad. There were flames here in your version. I updated this recently. This one, nothing really, no deaths here. Few deaths here. This area is a little difficult, for sure. This one expects you to be really fast. So yeah, dying here is kind of expected. This one, this is perfect. The fact that you died once here is actually, I like that. And like, yeah, it was pretty obvious to figure out, like, this room might even need to be pushed closer to the beginning, because it's supposed to teach you that, like, you know, you can't just jump onto this platform. You have to have a dash in order to reset it. And this one, yeah, this one's not too bad. This one's not bad. This one is good. It's good that you actually didn't die too often here. Some people don't figure it out. And then, yeah, resetting the flame. I assume maybe you thought that this one had to be. No, this one's not bad at all. And then the final room, you did well in. Literally no mistakes. Nice. Oh, thank you for playing. This is honestly like an example of I would say, the thing is, yeah, this run makes my game look good, I would say, because there weren't any real mistakes that you made. But what I mean, like, looks good is like makes my game look good is that, like, I feel like with what I intended for the player, it seemed like you're basically aligned with it. Which is good, and the fact that you didn't play Celeste is also kind of cool to me, because then it like makes me think, oh, okay, it sort of feels from looking at this, it makes me think that the game feels intuitive, which is good, but yeah, I can't feed my ego too much, because there are still improvements that need to be made. But yeah. Boom. All right, so we have to go back into working on the profile pop-up again. It's something really weird is happening. My skill level is the target audience, just not my ledge skip preferences. Yeah. All right. Let me try. I really want to figure out what the hell is going on with this profile pop-up. Again, it's still let me see what's happening. The name exists on the first run. We're saying save manager dot save profile exists on open. Profile, we're only printing profile exists on open, and then but the only time we run this is on pressed, but it already is pressed, and that's the problem. But no, it's only on send profile update node though. It's not like we're save. Are we? Wait, let me see. Send updated profile node. Let me see. Sending updated profile node, because that could be the case. What could be happening is we're returning early. Let me look at the. Let me look at this real quick. Oh. Yeah, we don't even set the text. We only set the text after here. So we could be checking. Oh, feedback is pressed, and if silent wolf manager node dot check if profile player name exists. Yeah, that could be messing with us. All right, so let's run this again, see what's happening. So I know Tomer bars already exist. We press edit, we press save. Oh, it seems like it's working though. Let me try this again. Edit. Let me see. Profile exists on open. This whole profile exists on leaderboard. It's because we already have that text set up. On save, if the profile saves, let's make sure that we're setting the text back to 0. I think that was the problem. Visually, it was in the back end, it was working. Visually, we just didn't update it. Let me see. We'll have to. I still want to test more things. There are probably a bunch of edge cases that could technically break it. Let me see. But yeah, on save profile, we basically just want to set this right here, this text to 0. When the player edits the profile and when it's when it's changed. Interesting. But yeah, let's just we'll do it here for now. Or you know what? Let's put it up here. All right. So, moment of truth. Let's see. Edit. So the other thing is leaderboard and feedback. Technically, okay, if we say player profile already exists on leaderboard. Okay, here's the other thing. I just realized something. We've been checking if the profile exists on the leaderboard, but I completely ignored the functionality of like what we wanted in our menu, because yes, the player already exists on the leaderboard. I think what we need to do is assign some sort of unique, quote-unquote unique name or unique ID to every single player. So, for all intents and purposes right now, I think it's fine. Saying the profile already exists on the leaderboard is okay. Maybe what we can do, if we really wanted to make this like somewhat unique. If you're using Steam, I am using Steam, but we're also using non-Steam version. I'm trying to make this system like all-encompassing. So if you're using Steam or itch, it doesn't matter. It should work the same way. We might create a separate leaderboard specifically for Steam, but for now, because I don't know how I want to approach, if this isn't hackable, or like we can sort of moderate the hacking to a certain extent, keeping everything under the same leaderboard would be cool. Would be really cool. But if not, I'm not going to. Yeah, I don't know. I would prefer if everything would be under the same leaderboard, because it would just be nice to just only have to deal with one. or just have the same system working. But yeah, worst case scenario, I think what I'll do is have two leaderboards, two systems, one handling the Steam leaderboard and one handling the non-Steam leaderboards. Greetings again. How's it going, Dragon Skull? So currently, Tomer Bars already exists on the leaderboard. What we could do is check. We can assign a new value to Tomer Bars to each profile and check. Hey, is the profile that owns Tomer Bars, does it have the same ID? If it does have the same ID, typically, yeah. I'm anticipating that. So if you do a Steam ID, you can ban it. Yeah. I think we can use the same exact. There's so many different ways to go about this, because we can also quickly associate this with speedrun.com. Like we can just have, HTTP request with speedrun.com and create leaderboards that way. And then there's the verification aspect of it. So there would only be speedrun.com leaderboards. Or one aspect. We can have 3 leaderboards. We can even, we can have, if you go into leaderboards, we'll show, Steam leaderboards, which might be more official. We'll have speedrun.com. Actually, I think speedrun.com leaderboards will be more official than the Steam leaderboards, just because it's more. It's literally moderated by a human. So the speedrun.com leaderboards will be more official, I would say. And then we'll have the non-Steam, non-speedrun.com leaderboard, which will, it'll probably be chaos. There'll probably be hundreds of inputs, hundreds of IDs, and all runs are 0.1 milliseconds. Or 1 millisecond. Or even 0. So yeah, we'll look at right now, it's because we're on the playtest version. I'm not even going to be concerned with. I'm not going to be too concerned with it, but yeah. Also, for anyone who, again, if you want to somehow, because this is the playtest version, if you want to somehow break the leaderboard, with any way possible, feel free to. Don't ruin their server. Don't fuck with Silent Wolf's servers. Don't try to overload their servers. But if you want to do something, feel free to. Just if you want to mess with the leaderboards, do it. But don't hurt them in any way. Because they are providing the service for free. And I don't want them to ban me because some other people. I'm not concerned about getting banned, but that's a thing that could potentially happen too. But I wonder, maybe they have their own secure. I mean, honestly, their thing is not that secure at all. Or you can't change the API key, and 2, you can't even change. You can't even. Yeah. I think they just messed up. They're grabbing profile, whatever. It's not a big deal. So right now, profile already exists on the leaderboard. Let's say we're saving it. Still, it says profile already exists on the leaderboard. Let's say we change it to Tomer Bar. It'll still also say profile already exists on the leaderboard. I think what we're going to do is also create. So if this profile already exists, we can make 2. Honestly, what I'm thinking is if you have leaderboard and feedback selected, we'll have another input field that we will completely separate the profile name from the online profile name. And maybe the online profile name will be oh, this name is already taken, and we assign a value to that person who has that value, who has it. I'm trying to think if that is the best approach, though. Looks like you did a lot of work on this yesterday. We did get. We've. Okay, so I'll be honest. We haven't gotten that much work on it. just because we've been getting distracted. We're 3 hours into the stream and I barely did shit with this leaderboard. We kind of kept going on rants, but we do have it working. Like we do have everything we need to technically create a leaderboard. But right now we're thinking of like all the edge cases of like, you know, one, if people have the same account names or if people change their account names, stuff like there's a bunch of things. I think what we'll do is maybe I'm not sure yet. I still don't know what's the best approach for this. So you can have people register. Did you see that info? No, I didn't actually. I was thinking of like, I guess maybe I should look into that. Because I was thinking of not, I wasn't really caring about that just yet because set of player accounts. Download the Silent Wolf engine, blah, 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 blah. Username, silentwolf.auth login play. Oh, yeah, you can create login accounts and stuff. Okay, that's actually pretty cool. Add registration and some useful for keeping oh, okay. So I thought I had to implement my own system. I guess I should have looked into this. I was kind of being lazy. I was like, all right, let's create our own system for like, I didn't want to create, oh shit. Spilled a little coffee on myself. I didn't want to I didn't want to create, the thing is, I don't know if I want people to log in, like, especially for the feedback aspect. Like, but also you mentioned letting people opt in or not. Yeah, so like the thing is, okay, so opting in for feedback, for instance, you don't need to log in for that. I would just like to have some, you can have a unique ID as their username and display name, and there's a Steam name or, yeah. So, okay, here is everything. We can do a unique name. Like, we could literally just create a unique ID. Like, we start out at 0. We go into our, you know, our user, our database, and we just check, oh, how many players are there or something like that. And then, you know, we keep... the thing is, I'm slightly concerned with something because there's no... currently how it works, there's no way to know what them... Like, there's no way to communicate with the server, or at least from what I've seen, there's no way to communicate with the server, like, how many users are there. You have to literally iterate through the users. There's no, like, you know, get user count. So there's not like a way to like create a unique ID or like, you know, create a unique ID based on just like an integer or like an index and be like, oh, you're you know, you're officially user 0, you're officially user 1, etc., etc. We can grab the score, like we can grab the list of all players, or we can check if if an index already exists. That's one approach. Don't do that, bad design. Just get a random ID generator. If we do a random ID, yeah, it's more likely that that won't exist, and we just check if that ID exists every time. That actually would help. Actually, yeah, you might be right. Just a unique, like a unique ID. They have some in the asset store. UUID generator. UUID? Godot UUID generator. Plugin for a unique identifier generation. Is copied into the clipboard. The plugin uses the Godot UUID developed by Binogur Studio. Okay. Well, it says the Godot UUID library. So maybe. UUID. Let's see. UUID. Get unique ID. Resource UID. Okay. My head holes are filling up with sleepy juice. Use have a good evening. I'll see you military. Does it exist in not 4? Godot. Boom, 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 boom. It seems like the answer to that is no. So we might need that, Oh, wait. This is... Whoops. Boom, boom. That's fine. Wait, let me just see. Boom, boom, boom. Honestly, it's not a big deal. We can use this. Bum, bum, bum. What's this license? Okay. Oh, apparently they have something already on Silent Wolf. Get random int. Yeah, I joined. I got the same email. I joined their Discord. Here, you know what I'm gonna do actually with the private demo? I think what I'm gonna do is actually create a private page or a private channel on Memory. That way everyone can see any updates made to it. Did they get back to you about the API? Let me see. I did not get an email. I only checked my email yesterday. Let me see. No, they didn't say anything. But apparently there's an easy hack for the. It doesn't even matter. The API doesn't even matter. I guess sending the data would the API would matter. Actually, no, not even. Because apparently if you have the same name for your I think there's a bug. I'm gonna tell them actually. They have a bug with their project where like if you have the same name like if someone makes a game called Memory, it replaces my data or they take my database. Doesn't matter if it's a different account or anything like that. It takes your data. Yeah, Tomer did it today. He randomly just put like Memory, and yeah, like. So yeah, like he literally had the same like he stole it from me. You can steal it right back, but yeah, it's a little funky. I basically have to name my game something. I have to basically make it an API key and also not expose it. If we don't want anyone stealing the name, or if we don't want anyone stealing the game data. All right, so how do we do this? So apparently Silent Wolf already has their own version of this. I'd rather just use that than this. Random bytes. So we just get random int. Is that what we want, or did we say static func? Not sure what the hell this is. Append. Oh, random int. Static func UUIB generate UUID v4. There's something else that calls this. Let's see. Logger, file storage, hashing. Multiplayer. WS client. But from how it reads, yeah. Honestly, we probably should just look at their setup player accounts. Then press add. Make sure to call the exact spelling above. We got this part. Quick note. Okay. Honestly, we don't even need... I just realized something. We don't even need a unique ID if we assign... If we... oh, wait. But the point was not to have a register. The point was to... was to have UUID set up. Locaz, how's it going? They already have... This is pretty cool though. Like username... I don't know if I would use this, but this is pretty cool. Yeah, how's it going, Charlie? Thank you. Thank you for the subs, man. You're smart, strong, creative. You're the best streamer in the oh, thank you. Right back at you. For those of you who don't know Charlie, he's a pretty amazing developer as well. What do you're currently working on? Have you been playing CS2? But I know you were working on the gambling software, or the not gambling software, but the what was it called? The something guild. I know that's for sure. Oh wait, this is old. Your boy got drunk and played some CS2. Gamblers Guild, right. Oh, that's fun, dude. I've been playing a lot of CS2 lately. You look like you're having a lot of fun. Retired Global Elite, 6 deep. How long have you been working on this project? I started 3 years ago. Welcome back, Tomer. Shot for shot, as in what? What are you saying? One, if you take one shot, you have to drink. If that was the case, that's actually crazy. What are we watching? We're currently watching Charlie play CS2. I assume this was yesterday, 14 hours ago. Yeah, I've been playing a lot of it. You have to trade guns after each shot? I see. That actually sounds a lot of fun. I might do that with some buddies of mine. Yeah, I've been like literally almost every day I play CS2. Like at least like 1 or 2 games. Great update though. I'm very bad. I'm pretty bad too. Again, I don't take it serious. Like I play a decent amount of Valorant. With some buddies. I'm not that good though. Like my max rank right now is plat. And right now, I mean, I've been playing. The thing is, I don't know how the ranking system works. Cause like right now, I'm silver. Like on this map, I think I'm silver 5. But like I keep going up. I don't know what I'm gonna get eventually. Like or when I'm gonna start to plateau. But yeah, it does take a hot minute. Like even if you're decent at the game, it'll take a hot minute before you rank up. Or maybe I'm just saying that to make myself feel better. Oh, but yeah, honestly, I don't mind. Like, I know some people were complaining. Like, there are some server issues with the updates, but I didn't mind it at all. I haven't had too many issues with like collisions and stuff like that. Sometimes I do feel cheated, but it's pretty rare. Because sometimes I feel cheated, but also sometimes I feel like like I hit a shot that I shouldn't have hit. So like I'm not gonna complain. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun playing. It's just a nice change from Valorant because like I don't know. I like the sound. Like I do like Valorant, but what I really like about CS2 is like the realistic gun sounds, like the metal, like pulling the, like cocking the gun or something. Like it's a nice feeling. And the headshots, I also really like the headshots. Like the sounds of headshots is so much more. It's more satisfying in my opinion compared to Valorant. It's just like this thunk, like like you. It feels like your headshot made it like a huge impact. I know practically. Yeah, I'm American. Of course I know. Of course I know. I know gun stuff. No. I've never owned a gun. I've shot guns though, but I've never owned one. I've only shot pistols though. My mom lives in I live in a state where it's not legal to like. Oh, did you? Yeah, here wait.
I don't know how that happened, but
here wait. Let's. What was that? What time are we on? 6:55. So let's go to 6:50. Yeah, the only guns I know about are the ones that are attached to my shoulders.
fuck, that's my bad, Fletch.
Oh, okay, wait. Here, let's go back here.
Oh, right between the eyes.
Here's that sound. Here's the most satisfying sound in the game. Oh wait, what?
Fuck, that's my bad, Fletch.
Oh, the game is.
I don't know how that
I assume
happened,
you have the sound from the
my,
VODs.
middle mouse to the left. Apparently.
I see. So we didn't hear it, but it is a satisfying sound. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed the game. I think Bad Cop plays too. Or at least used to play. I know she has like a bunch of I remember she shared her like weapons, and she has like her skins, and they're pretty expensive. They go into the thousands for sure. If not at least at 2,000. Yeah, thank you again for the raid. I mean, for the sub. All right, so I'm still unsure if I want to get do the whole resource UID thing. I think eventually what we're gonna do is we need both. We need one for playtests so that everyone has a unique ID, and I think for the scoreboard we'll have a login, some sort of login. I wish this was a... Here, let me see how it works here on the extension, or this one right here. Might not be as pretty as it could be. It's written in a way that maximizes performance. Methods are inlined and loops are avoided. Okay, so how do we do this? Get random int. How does a UID even work? Static function v4. Like, what am I even supposed to be running here? No, not get random int. I assume it's this. What are you working on? Assigning a unique ID to every run. To every user instead of checking for names, we'll just have a unique ID. Yeah. Well, honestly, we haven't done we really haven't done anything today. We did get it working though. Technically, we do have unique names now. So like, you know, if we try saving Tomer bars, it'll say profile already exists. But like, let's say you are Tomer bars, and let's say you're Tomer, or let's say you're Tomer bar, and you want to claim this, you can't, because it already exists. And like, so the only way to get yourself back onto the leaderboard is to name yourself something that hasn't been named, like Tomer bar 2. And it says name already exists, but you already own it. Oh, wait, what the hell? Here, let me try that. What the fuck? So, I mean, yeah, it's still broken. Here, let me see. Tomer bar 2. Save. What's your name here? Oh, okay. We just have to press it twice because it's jank. Maybe a Raspberry Pi server for the leaderboards database. I do have a Raspberry Pi, actually, but I think something more official would be like, if anything, if I'm gonna host it myself, I'd rather host it remotely, just because, yeah, like right now we're using Silent Wolf, but ideally maybe we'd want to, what am I trying to say here? Yeah, ideally we would want something to host it. That way, in case, I don't know, who knows, maybe I have a power outage or something, you know, then the whole servers are ruined, or like like somehow the Raspberry Pi breaks. I don't know. I'd rather, yeah, just host it, have it hosted somewhere. And this is the perfect example of a way to communicate with some server, and it's host, like it's communicating with it, you know, via like a website. So like, I think that's better. A web server or whatever. All right. If the game becomes popular, scaling it, running on the Pi wouldn't be easy. Yeah, I mean, I'm also just logging data could be a lot. I think currently my Raspberry Pi has like 15 gigs, not including the, like, yeah, including yeah, the operating system and stuff. So I feel like it can get, like, especially if we're sending, like, if we're gonna be sending logging data too, if the player allows for it, it's gonna be, I don't know, it can go into the, I don't know, hundreds of gigs potentially. We'll optimize it for sure, but like, who knows what could happen there. I mean, from who Fortune's Favorites run alone, it was hitting, it literally hit a megabyte. We're gonna optimize it, like we definitely need to optimize it, but yeah, if one user, let's say in total, is hitting like, let's say in total we set a max to like 100 megabytes. That's I mean, that's what, what's math? Every 10 users is hitting a gig. Which, yeah, that's a lot. I mean, that's if people are playing the game a lot. But we can also remove accounts that have already been, like, let's say the logging has already been accounted for. Like, let's say, you know, this information is no longer valid. Let's say we completely redo chapter 1. We can remove all logs from chapter 1, right? Or chapter, like, in our case, chapter 5. If we completely redo chapter 5, then all of the data on chapter 5 is basically obsolete at that point. It was a stupid amount of data if the player is just playing around. Even if you're not playing around, it's going to be a stupid amount of data. Just like if you play the game, like let's say you have 100 hours worth of gameplay, it's going to be a lot. Like how many hours, like you played the demo, how many hours, Fortune's favorite, how many hours do you have on the demo currently? 3.5. So yeah, like that's, you know, worst case, let's say that's worst case scenario, which it's not, but like even if it was, if someone has 100, like let's just multiply whatever that, let me see what that file was. This is your profile, right? So 1.53. So like let's multiply, let me see. There's no even, honestly, there's no point in even trying to calculate this because again, it just has to be updated. It's not good right now. 1.5. Let's say 100 divided by 3.5. So 28 times that per user times 1.5 megabytes is it really? That's actually not that bad. It's not that bad, but like obviously multiply this by like freaking, let's say 1,000 users, and that's $42 gigs. I mean, honestly, that's not the worst thing in the world, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's still, this is pretending that this is worst case scenario too, which it's not. Is this for global high scores? This is high scores, global high scores, and also logging potentially, like player logging if they want to share their feedback. I'm close to 100 hours, but can't be sure because itch demo doesn't keep track. It technically does keep track now. Your player profile keeps track now. Technically. Only the, yeah, only the new one. What are all these songs? They're like so many new songs are playing. I'm digging it. Guardian emerges. What is this? Is this Starfield? What's this game called? The same, like the Terraria game, right? I assume this is from oh, Slay the Spot. Never mind. I was thinking something else. But yeah, we're gonna be updating the logging system pretty. There's so much to do. That's why I feel like that's why I'm like taking my sweet ass time, because like if we fuck up now, it's just gonna be like we'd have to go back, and I'd rather like brainstorm this. Like subconsciously, I think we're brainstorming stuff. What's doing? How's it going? Good game dev. We're currently trying to set up a scoring system for the game. I have to pee again. I'll be right back. Rain time. All right. So let's create a new. I'm trying to think. How do I even use this? Do I have to make a script to run this? Here, let me just make this into a freaking singleton for a second. All right. I don't know how this works, so let me just try it out. I'm just gonna print it out right here. UUID bin. Why is this we might need to reload the project. Bum, 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 bum. All right, so we're getting an array. It's returning an array. Is that how we want to do it? Is that how it's usually done? It's an array. B is equal to a UUID bin and then return whatever this is. So we return v4 instead. All right, so here's our UUID. 52C blah, blah, blah. There it is. All right, so is this going to be our usernames, or how do we want to do this? We create random IDs, random profile names. I think we're only going to save. So on every profile that exists on a thing. Okay, I think I got it. So what we're going to do on our profile pop-up. Oh, sorry, not on a profile pop-up. On our new, every time, we'll have to see how this messes with existing. This is actually the perfect opportunity to see how this works. Will the global leaderboard times also... So, I don't want to say what's going to be on the leaderboards just yet. I want to make it as like fully dynamic as possible. Whatever overscope, whatever feature creep you can think of, I want to add. But it's too early to tell.
Open your eyes.
All the features, there it is. It's gonna have all the features. Anything you've thought of, it's already been thunk. This is a UUID, I think is a string. I'm gonna save this as UUID. Wait to call us unoriginal. You're watching someone who's making a Celeste clone. So if anyone's not original, it's me. But that doesn't mean, like, you know, we are doing something unique. You know, the project is unique enough. It's just it is a spin. I don't see Celeste doing this, but that doesn't mean it's like, I'm sure other games have done it. Each replay contains a copy of Shrek 1. Copy of Shrek 1 and the B movie. That speeds up every time the word B gets said. Damn, my glasses are so dirty. All right. Boom, boom, boom. All right, player UUID. So when we create a new profile, we're gonna add this, and I'm wondering what would happen if we create, like, let's say you already have an existing profile. What do we want to do there? What do we do on already existing profiles? I guess the data just, it still gets imported, and if the UUID doesn't exist, I assume it just doesn't do anything. I guess we'll find out. So let's go into the create profile pop-up, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna say connected profile node. So you see how we have like all of this information, all of the old information still stays there. So we could say connected profile node. Dot player UUID is equal to this UUID v4 ID v4. We also need to make sure that this only gets updated if they don't have an already existing if they don't already have an existing ID. Godot stream Pog, how's it going, CSLR? So this is on an already existing account. So we say set profile already exists. This is, we could throw it in here. Send updated profile. So wait, how do we want to do this? Profile name is equal to connected select profile node dot profile send up wait connected profile node is equal to connected select profile node dot profile name. Here, wait. What we'll do is, I think we have another function. Set profile already exists. Oh wait, no, not this one. Connect existing profile. Right here, we want to write it. So debug mode, or sorry, let's get rid of all of this. Here, let's do it. We're gonna create a new function. We're gonna say all right, so technically, I'm trying to think. If someone tries to hack this, there's just one issue with this, and that's if someone tries to hack it, you can remove all other data from other users. But they would still need to know what their UUID is, which there's no way of knowing unless you hack, like, you could technically hack the server. But I'm not concerned with that just yet. If you hack it, whatever. I'll hate you, but just keep yourself anonymous. And I'll never know. So what we're gonna say here is check if it has UUID. You should look in off topic. Yeah, I saw this. Oh. What is going on? Is this Juno? Juno? That's the okay, yeah. Juho. Juho New Origins. That's awesome. This was pretty cool. Yo, that's fire. I mean, it looks great. Haha. Managed to convert images into Juno for MFDS. MFDS. But there's some actual fire. All right, so how are we doing this? Check if it has. Why do we even need to check if it has a UUID? Because when we connect a new account, we want to, if it has a new ID. Oh, actually, let's just do this. Assign UUID. And then we're also going to grab the input player node, or input profile node. If the input profile node dot player, what the hell? Where's our frickin'? I thought we called it player UUID. Yeah, player underscore UUID. Why is it not showing up? Oh, I guess that's all we need to do, actually. Get UUID. Because here, I'm trying to think though. Connected profile dot connected. Send updated profile. We say connected profile node dot speedrun mode is equal to. This is on an existing profile. I guess we can just say connected profile node, or sorry, assign. God damn it! What was it? Get UUID. Yeah, we're gonna rename it to set user. Set profile UUID. All right, we should be good. So if it's empty, we just say create a new UUID. So technically, people can, if they manipulate this, they'll have a. If they manipulate the JSON file, it can. I mean, they'll just have like 1, 2, or 3 or something like that. So what we're gonna do now is like, yeah, profiles will just be identified with this UUID, and what we'll do now, instead of checking for the input name node.text, what we're gonna do is check if this isn't a brand new account. We just create a new profile altogether. If this is an existing profile, we just check if it has a UUID. If it doesn't, we create one and return it, and do a bunch of other shenanigans. I think I'm trying to make it all-encompassing. So like, if we create a new, like, let's say I update this version and someone downloads like an old version, like there shouldn't be no like. The game shouldn't crash, for instance. They shouldn't have to delete their old files. We should also assign a version number to profile nodes. In case, like, let's say it's a new profile, maybe we should have something that says basically, oh, if you're a mismatching number, maybe we'll want to check to see. Ideally, what we're probably going to do is if it's a mismatching version, we'll probably want to reset everything. But right now, I'm not going to be too concerned with it. Like, like this is going to be more official when we do like version 1. Resetting everything is fine, but I'd prefer not to. Like, if we can keep data, I like the idea of people keeping their profiles. I think it's kind of cool. Even though you can kind of manipulate it, in any way you want, I think it's still cool that having some sort of history feels cool to me. And maybe we'll have it communicate with some server so that there isn't any cheating or reduced cheating. All right. Set a profile ID. This is on send updated profile node. So if we have our connected profile node already, we set it to equal connected select profile node is equal to profile node, and then we save this profile. Set UUID. So we can technically run this now. Do we want to check? So we don't know if this works just yet, and we technically don't even need to assign UUIDs to people who don't have feedback node pressed, but for now I'm just going to do it anyway. And another thing that we want to make sure of is, the likelihood of the same ID being created is pretty rare, right? But we should still check. Trying to think. Let's get rid of all of this for now. I'm just gonna rewrite that whole section there. Player exists. We'll get rid of this. Yeah, this was the original script. Just this plus setting the set profile UUID. All right, let's just run it. Maybe what I'll do on the entrance of this is if profile already exists or connect existing profile, I'm just going to print, or I'm going to mess with this silent wolf player exists, and we're just going to say player exists, or we're going to say dot text is equal to our connected profile node. What was it called? Player underscore UUID. Yeah, how's it going, Sekarus? We're actually currently using silent wolf. Yeah. All right, so we run it. All right, so Tomer bar, let's say we edit it. You can see it doesn't have any account yet, but if we save it, you can see we crash because get index player UUID does not exist on input name node because we saved the wrong node here. That's why it wasn't showing up. I see you decided to invest in it. As in start using it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think it's a very, I'm not sure if I'm going to stick with it in the long term. We'll have to see. I think right now it seems pretty promising, but like eventually we might want to do, there are some issues currently, and I don't know how much they're invested into the project. because there are some technical issues that they have. And I mean, I could see them wanting to fix it. Hey, all famous streamers leaderboard? Yeah. Every time we get a raid, we add a new person. Or like we replace, we go down the roster and replace each person. So next to get replaced is actually Red Cabin. All right. Let me edit Tomer. So if we save Tomer bar right now, it'll save. And if we look at the profile node, he should have some random UUID now. Let me see. Sessions, profile. So profile 1. Here's our UUID right here. Okay. So now if we run the game, we should see, or if we go back into the profile select, if only I had time to stream. Okay, so there is currently a bug though. Or wait, this is not working. Let me see. Oh, this is if it's equal to null. Whoops. We want it if it's not equal to null, basically here. All right. Here, this is silent wolf player exists. Yeah, I think we have one. Okay, we have player exists node. I'll just set it to that. All right. So yeah, we have it working, but like we're trying to make it unique, at least right now. Okay, so there we go. Now we see the user's ID. This is specifically only for logging. Right now we'll have it all for the same thing. So if you have your leaderboard and feedback checked, you're just going to be assigned an ID, and then you can connect to the server whenever, or like whenever you save the game, that data will get saved to the server. Eventually, we're going to have something completely different. We'll have a leaderboard system as well, and that will require the player to log in. But this is just, we're not even going to display this to the player. If they turn it off, we'll make sure that they're not. Actually, what we should do in our settings here is have a send feedback variable in case they have it, if they don't want it. Send feedback. And let's include that. Waffle. All right. So send feedback. Let's go into our script here, or into our pop-up, and if this is unchecked, how are we connecting signals here? On back pressed, on delete pressed, mid signal, delete. What are we doing for like speedrun? Speedrun is, send updated, okay, we just manually post everything. So connected profile node dot send feedback is equal to feedback node dot pressed. Okay. All right, that's that. If you had time, would you actually stream if you had time? I mean, I think that's the case for many people. Like I know. Yeah, streaming. I mean, it's like it consumes my almost in I seriously thought about it. Yeah, I get it. Have some fun ideas. Get up early. Yeah, Grumble's a beast. Grumble has like a full-time job and streams. Like I don't know how you do. I don't know how you handle both. And then like I feel like you have many responsibilities. It's pretty admirable actually. Unlike me, I know, like, I feel like a lot of people are like, "Oh wow, you work so hard." I'm like, "Yeah, but it's the same thing as it's the same thing as working a 9 to 5, really," which is something that a lot of people do. So, no one admires other people for working their 9 to 5s. Streaming adds an eye on your game, which is like advertising but not intrusive. Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's definitely. I would say it's a little intrusive because but more on your personal life, I would say, because it's like, I don't know. I feel like my true it's kind of like your true colors show, sort of, which is like I would say it's kind of like an invasion of privacy, but like, I mean, I'm an NPC, so for me it doesn't matter, but for certain people it might. Not intrusive on the receiver. Oh, I see. Not intrusive for you guys, yeah. I started streaming because another streamer I like who gets up early and streams before work. There are a lot of game devs who do that. Who's the one that you were looking at? Was it Red Cabin? Because I know Red Cabin did it before, right? I think he used to have a full-time job. But I know like it depends on some streamers' schedules, because I know, what's his name, Captain Coder. I mean, works. He streams very early. Grumble obviously streams. It's Hank Sinatra. I have them followed. Who's Hank Sinatra? Maybe I followed them from your raid.
Second,
Yeah.
the delay increases by.
I must have followed them from your raid, if I had to guess. But they are variety streamers, I see. Metal Gear Solid. I started playing the original Metal Gear. I like it so much. I want to start playing all the Metal Gears now. Oh look, is this? Oh, they're playing, I guess, all the Metal Gears. Or this is not the original one, is it? No, it's not. Oh, but is there a remaster of the original Metal Gear Solid? Master Collection, I assume. I don't know. Mario ROM hacks, but they are okay. Yeah, I don't know why I have them. Because I remember looking at my follower, my follows. I was like, who the hell is this? I always see them around, but I don't know who they are. Okay. Set profile already exists, so I don't think we're gonna be using this anymore. We're just gonna be checking if they have an already existing profile, and that's going to be that's it. That way we don't have to mess with people changing their name and all the edge cases around that. Just one unique one. Is this unique user? Is that what it stands for? Unique user ID? That would make sense if that's what it stands for. All right. So we can get rid of this. Going to head out for a bit. Good luck with making process. Okay. This is so much easier. We should have approached it this way. I guess I'm just not used to online stuff. like, you know, working with servers and stuff. So like this is kind of new to me. But it's actually, this is my favorite thing to do, like new things related to game dev. As much as I want to work on the mechanics of the game, like I really want to work on chapter 5 right now, but this is very interesting, and I think I'd rather work on this because I know chapter 5, I don't have enough time to work on chapter 5. When is Memory multiplayer dropping? Well, if you mean multiplayer as in the leaderboards and everything, definitely before, I think next Friday. I think next Friday we should have something fully functional, I would say. Full multiplayer MMORPG soon, I would say. Hold your breath for it, because you know that can happen anytime. But I don't know how it should be done in Godot. I think CSLR would know, possibly. If anyone, I don't know too many people doing online stuff. There's also that dev, what's his name? Maui Games. I haven't seen him online lately, but I know he was doing some online stuff too. Trying to think. Do we know any devs who are doing multiplayer games in Godot? I'm sure I know there have been like YouTube videos on it and stuff, but I don't know if anyone actually released a game or is anticipating something, fairly large. All right. Send updated profile node. Is the UUID per profile I'd make on the game? Yes. And if you delete the profile, yeah. So it's per profile. If you change your profile name or edit any info, it'll preserve that same ID. If you delete the user altogether and create a new one, that's also gonna, yeah. Anytime you, like, basically every JSON file, every new JSON file will have a unique player ID. If you mess with, like, obviously you can mess with it, with how it's set up currently. But yeah, if you don't touch anything, it'll be fine. And if you delete it, obviously it's gonna make a new profile. But yeah, the likelihood of someone doing that, I guess, what we could technically do is, but you're submitting every user run to the leaderboard. So right now, what this is not for the leaderboard. This is specifically for play. Like, it's it'll be a leaderboard, but it'll be the playtest leaderboard. And it's gonna be kind of like, I'm not sure how I want to organize all the data just yet. So like right now, you're just gonna be sending everything. Right now, what I'm anticipating is that we're only gonna be sending the profile JSON files, and a leaderboard can be created with that. But there's other information, like, you know, all of the state, like we can have a logging system as well. But I'm not going to do that just yet because I need a more efficient way of storing all of that data. And if it's too much, we need to figure out maybe there's a better way to store that in general as well. I actually want to talk to the people. I might message the guys over at Silent Wolf and see if they're cool with that sort of thing. A login. So yeah, in the future, we're gonna have a login system, which is supported by Silent Wolf. But right now, just because this is just a playtest, and this is how we're gonna handle the logging system anyway, or the playtesting and, like, you know, feedback in general. This is how feedback is going to be handled. We might even remove profile names from being recorded on the server. That way, there's no like invasion of like, hey, we don't need to know who you are. Basically, we just want to know like the stats and stuff. To do ghost races, are you gonna do something like that? So I'll say what I said before. Any sort of feature that you can think of, like in any platforming game involving, you know, speed running and stuff like that, I will say the answer to that is yes. But again, like, I don't know what my priority list is going to look like, and if I get overwhelmed, like, definitely there's going to be leaderboards, and there's definitely going to be some sort of logging system that I want to add, and if we have that, then we might as well also have something that, has like those ghost runs or like recreating people's runs, which would be very cool. But again, yeah, like I said, like, having the same thing that they did in like Super Meat Boy with all the runs, I think would be really cool. You don't work. Rich coming from you. Oof. Shots fired at Pegorli. Finally, someone's talking back to Pegorli. I feel like it's always a back and forth between me and Pegorli, but it's not really a back and forth. It's just me getting cyberbullied from Pegorli, and then me trying to fight back, but I can't. He's too powerful. I was thinking what would stop me from making X files and just transferring my locally stored run data to each profile and flooding the leaderboard, but I guess login system would prevent that. So I mean, you could, like, if you're running, like, technically right now with how it's working, you could technically hack it. You can do whatever you want. Like, you can literally have a macro that just deletes your account, creates a new account, like, infinitely, and then just, but you're not hurting me. You're hurting Silent Wolf. So if you want to hurt Silent Wolf, I mean, don't do that. Like, I'm not going to say do that, but, like, yeah, you're just hurting someone who's providing a free service to developers. So, like, it's very easy to hack this, and either, like, hurt, but they also might be doing something on their end where they prevent this from happening. But, like, yeah, like, it doesn't seem like they are, though. I feel like I don't know how they're running this, and I don't even know how many games. They might be doing something where, like, if you're making too many requests, maybe I'll get banned or something, or, like, they'll ban your IP. But yeah, right now, it seems like I don't know. From what I've seen, they're not really doing much. Yeah, they might block the IP if it starts happening. Or they might, the thing is, they might block the IP, or they might just delete my project, which would suck. Or, like, they might delete my my allocation of the server or whatever. However they're doing it. With clearly fake runs. So the thing is, no matter what, there's going to be hacking. There's no way for me to stop. If the leaderboards get popular, there's no way for people, like, anyone can hack anything, for the most part, especially if we're just sending data, just like, it's literally a JSON file, at the moment. So even if we didn't, even if it was like some sort of encrypted file, it could still be hacked. But, obviously you can put like a padlock on it, sort of, and then, the other thing is, like, the more important thing is, like, obviously we can delete runs that are ridiculous, but we can also try to figure out how to, we'll have some sort of anti-cheat or some sort of, like, checks where, like, we can have validated run, like, maybe a validated run leaderboard, because we can also communicate with this on speedrun.com. So, like, there could be a speedrun.com leaderboard, or, like, I feel like speedrun.com would be the most trusted leaderboard, just because there's the requirement of video evidence usually, and, like, there's active moderation there. Whereas the Steam and, like, anything related to automatically placing users on a scoreboard is obviously going to, like, it's gonna. You should anticipate that it's going to get hacked. No matter what you do, it's going to get hacked. If it's an interesting game, if someone is into it, it's going to, and it's like, again, we're not really putting any padlocks to prevent, at least not right now. In the playtest version, I'm not really going to do anything. Checking the validity of a, so yeah, we'll also have logins, so we can try to verify accounts, via, creating a profile and then validating your profile, and then that's already handled with Silent Wolf, so that's pretty cool that they do that. But obviously you can make a fake email, or like you can have a fake email, and verify account, and it doesn't prevent people from cheating. It's just a small obstacle. Folks at these things, and first thought in mind is how to hack it. Yeah. It's not, oh, this is cool, we have a leaderboard. No, it's literally, I won't mention the hack anymore, but like there is a funny hack on their end that you can do that basically breaks this whole thing that we have set up. So yeah, I'm gonna message them and see if they plan on like updating it, because if they do, that'd be awesome. If they don't, I mean, again, maybe we can host something on our own, like on our own. Breaking things is just as fun as making things, yeah. Except I would say it's not that impressive. Like, I don't know. This feels too easy to break. It's like taking candy from a baby, with how how bad the servers are set up, or how bad it's currently set up. But I don't know. Maybe it could be like, I wonder if they want to expand on the project. Maybe I'll tell them like, hey, I don't know. Like I do want to make that game like good, and I wouldn't mind working with them. Like if they actually set it up in a way that like, is it open source, their project? I mean the plugin that they use is open. The plugin that they use is open source, or MIT has an MIT license on it. What they're doing on their server, I don't know if they have that code anywhere. Yeah, I would talk to them and be like, hey, because I mean they're already making my life easy. So like if I talk to them and they're like, hey, could you improve your server and stuff? And like if they say yes, that'd be cool. If they say no, then I'll probably have to look at alternatives. Or maybe this will just be, again, this will be the unofficial leaderboard. The more official one obviously is going to be probably we'll have to do speedrun.com. It's probably going to be the more, not the official version, but it'll be like the more, hey, this is guaranteed to be, no cheaters are guaranteed to be on this leaderboard. I mean, anyone can cheat, but like there's a very low likelihood of people cheating on this one. Okay, let me keep getting back to this. So what we're gonna do now, instead of saving the player name as the ID on our create profile pop-up, what we're gonna do instead is we're gonna save it. Where is it? Where do we do this? Emit signal, connected profile node. I think we do this on saved profile. So after the profile has been created, we go into we also need to do this for existing accounts. So we need, like, we'll have to run the set profile UUID on the ready function, on what am I trying to say here? Like if you load a profile, we need to make sure that we'll have to check if feedback is enabled, and if it is, we need to check if it has an ID. For now, I'm just gonna leave it the way it is. We're gonna have an empty string as a profile. I would assume. Maybe we could do. I wonder if that breaks the server if we have an empty string. Maybe I should put in like no ID or something. We'll see. Well, fuck it, we'll break it. No cheaters until Carl Jobst makes a video about it in 5 years. Who's Carl Jobst? All right. How do we? Oh yeah. Select scene. We say connect. Where do we say this? Silent Wolf Manager node dot save player data. Current profile node dot save player data. Save player data. I think we say. Right now we're saying the profile name. Oh wait. Yeah. We say silent wolf dot player name. We're gonna say silent wolf dot player UI player UUID. And yeah, I mean that should be it. So now it's no longer gonna be Tomer. It's gonna be just where's my title screen? We should get, you know, that ID now. Only, well, actually, if you run the game, all right, yeah, we'll have to edit it first, technically. So let's save it, and then we crash, right? Because why? Status check. We say player name. Invalid index player name on base dictionary. Did I feel like I added... No, I didn't add this. This is unique to them. Invalid index player name. Invalid index player name on dictionary. We made it an empty... is it because it's empty here? Player UUID? I'm not entirely sure. Here, I might just delete. I might give ourselves a clean slate here. Or you know what? Let me just delete. I'm gonna delete all of our profiles. I'm gonna delete. Yeah, I'm just gonna delete everything. Remind me if I forget. We'll have to see if this crashes with pre-existing. I just want to see if it works on its own. All right, so new profile. We'll call this test. Save. Okay, so what the fuck? Push data complete. Header body. Player name is equal to response dot underscore player name. We're sending this data. Save manager dot silent wolf manager node dot save player data. We say profile node dot input profile node dot player UUID, and then we say load profile name on on players. Let me see. Players post player data on post player data. If it's not a dictionary, we say player name is equal to a dictionary. Or sorry, player name is dictionary. Player name is equal to a player name. Here, I guess we'll just print out the player name. I'll post the data as well. He makes videos about cheaters who get exposed. Carl Drop. Is that the one? I was actually watching like this. There's like a popular speedrun. Let me see. For Celeste? No, I think this is someone else. Let me see. I watched this one, M Sushi. Okay. Player name on post player data. Yeah, what the hell is going on here? Invalid index player name. I mean, if it's an empty string, maybe that's what's causing the issue, but yeah, let's see. Okay, wait. What the hell? What the hell? Run this one more time. All right. So, player name on post player data is the unique ID here. But here on we're saying player name is equal to response.player name. Response cannot be longer than 30 characters. I see. That's crazy. I didn't even know that's. Are we more than 30 characters? Yeah, looks like more than 30. All right, so yeah, is there a better way to do this that isn't using their usernames? Email address. Okay. So I mean, we can just use if we go back to our UUID script here. Maybe we just shorten this by a little bit. Clock, high, mid, low. I don't understand how this works. But I assume we can just get rid of every mod here. We just get rid of one, and then we get rid of one here and one here, I assume. So how many characters is this? One. Let me. What the hell? Alright, so let's say we have this. How many characters? 37. So we gotta get rid of. They said 30, right? One. I see. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Is there something specific to this? It's grabbing, like, I assume it's grabbing stuff with the time. I don't know why it says clock, but I assume that has to do with the time, right? This goes to 15. Wait. Two x to 0 2x 37. Let me see something. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15. So it goes up to wait, let me see the first one. 1 2 3 6 7 8 9 10 11 12. I'm too smooth brain for this. Should I just cut it to the first 30 characters? At least for now. Well, I'll figure it out later. It seems like you can't. if I knew how to create a unique ID that had less, but I don't know how many is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. I don't know. Yeah, I'm just gonna cut it short. Output is equal. We'll do this. Output is equal to v4, and then output dot. How do you? Is it substring? I always forget. From to. Subster. From int and then the length. So we just need it from 0 to 30 or 29 from 0 to. I'll try 0 to 30. It might be. Wait. It might be 0 to 20. I don't know. We'll see right now. All right. Actually, we'll print it out here. All right, so let me grab this. Let's put this instead. Set profile UUID will be this instead. UUID 30 characters, and then let me just print this out. All right, so here is test 3. Leaderboard is set to true. We save our account. It seemed like saving it worked. And we have our player ID, UUID. It still seems like it's, let's see what happens. It seemed like it worked. Let me see, edit. And let's say, yeah, it does look like it worked. Let me see, 1, 2, 3, save it. So if we go into here, we should see a random username. There it is. If we go into debug mode, we'll see that their name is 123, hopefully. Player UUID. Yeah, there it is. Cool. All right, so there it is now. Let's try importing an already existing profile. So like, let's say, let's quit. Let's go into, I don't think I saved any of the profiles actually. Whoops. Let's just go into profile 1 and let's remove the UUID. So let's just remove that, save it, and we're gonna get a completely new ID on player 1, or sorry, on player 123. Whether, like, if we, okay, actually, it doesn't work just yet. if you make a new ID, well, if you make a new character, we don't check if this player. Oh, wait, we did it on the wrong count. We did it on test. Well, I guess we can try it on test. Test does not exist. We should try it on 1, 2, 3 as well, but let's try it here. Let's say we save it. And we try saving it again. We can see the ID has already been created. We saved it twice. And now let's go into... Okay, this one is FF05. 43333 blah 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 blah. Debug. Alright, so yeah, it seems like it's saving everything correctly, and the profile name is here. Let's say, let's go back into... I mean, we can edit it again on player 1. So let's go into player 1. Let's remove the ID. Oops. Save it. Close it. And we run it again. Start, test, edit. So right now we can see no ID exists. We save it, edit, we see it again. Save, run, go into the game, quit, and here it is. The new one is there. Cool. And it should be named the same thing. We still get test as our player name. He has the same exact data as, the one before. Current session index is 3 here. Session index might be a little... Yeah, session index for this one was 1. That's because we started the game and it saved. D1 no comp. How's it going? Thank you for the follow. But yeah, nice. Everything is here, and it works. I wonder what status is. And I wonder if there's a way to like download this. I mean, maybe we can like inspect it somehow and like fetch all player. Oh, maybe this lets me download it. Oh yeah, we can download all player data right here. That's pretty cool. So if we like, this is really awesome because if let's say we created, what we might do is have a death logger, and what we could do with the death logger is literally just download all player data, and then just like mass throw in all of the runs and see what it looks like. I feel like that'd be really cool to see like in a graph, or like to see, I don't know, like we can like average out all the lines, or like I don't know really, but it would be really cool to see if there's like a consistency, like we give it like a modulate value of like 0.1 or something on the lines, and then we can see them like stack up on each other and see what's the most common thing. I feel like that'd be pretty cool. But yeah, right now we're not gonna even worry about that. Or we could see like the deaths. It would be cool to see the game has ghosts. Yeah, that would be cool. I mean, we're making a game with ghosts, so that would be I think there'd be too many ghosts. I'd have to see to see every single run from every player. Would be obviously a little over. Like there'd be millions. Just pick a few. Yeah. Pick ones that like if the player beat the round, if we can record a run that like each session, what we can do on sessions is see oh yeah, that would be really cool. Like we pick the shortest time for each beat, and I do plan on adding that into the log as well. Picking the shortest time and then showing those runs, that actually is a really cool idea. But yeah, we're getting a little too ambitious because there's still so much to do. And like organizing this data, or like I also have to contact Silent Wolf and be like, hey, are you guys cool? Like I need to know if we should optimize how we're storing all of this data, but right now we're not. It's not optimized at all. And it still needs to be in a dictionary. So yeah, we'll have to see. Yeah, you can virtually... The thing with virtually... Yeah, I mean, we can record inputs, but... Again, there's inconsistencies on computers. So, figuring out what, like... I just don't know. I'm sure someone has it figured out online, like, what's the best way to do it. I just don't know yet. And, I mean, on paper, it sounds really simple, but, it never is. So, we'll have to see. Again, I'm going to put it's a little bit more on the back burner because I think there are other things that we need to prioritize. I think the leaderboard is more important in general. It's more important, but again, any sort of feature creep that you can think of right now, I'm 100% down with it. It's just to do all of this. I don't think anyone's ever managed to do it efficiently. Okay, well, there it is. So, we'll have to see. I mean, we can sort of hack it where it's like, oh, we just store, global positions on the index, and then we it keeps getting rounded off, and like we just store, the position and then the time, and then, or like I think at least to get it consistent, because some rooms are very large, recording input, like because there's inconsistencies with computer runtimes, I feel like something could go wrong there. But if you record positions, and we can sort of like hack it in the sense where like the time is correct and the time is correct, and like what state you're entering is correct, but the exact position to the molecule, or to the subpixel position would be incorrect. So like I guess maybe we can make two versions too, whatever the player wants to see. Like, do you want to see a version where it's correct based on time, but positions might be off by like one, like honestly it'd be subpixel. I think the visuals of it would be subpixel. And what we could do is if the player does die on a certain area, or like something significant happens, we can record the correct position. Like we can grab, at this instance here was the actual position that the player died. Just make blurry ghosts, no need for precision. Yeah, I was thinking that like the whole replaying positions and stuff like that, it doesn't need to be perfect. And I think honestly, I think it could be potentially perfect, almost perfect, just subpixel, because like in the game you're going, like these floating values can go up to whatever the millionth, whatever fifth, or like some random decimal place. It could be annoying to store all of that information, and the same goes for like, I don't know, delta time, for instance. Like different run times will be different on every computer. So yeah, I don't think well, we'll have to see. But again, I don't want to prioritize that yet, because we already have so many things I want to overscope for. So let's keep it simple for now, or relatively simple. Player names. Again, this is only for the feedback. We're gonna make a leaderboard by the end of this week. We'll have a leaderboard as well. But this is what we have so far. We have the death logger as well. But again, this file could get very large very quick. We'll look into it though. I'm wondering, again, I need to contact them and say like, hey, is there like file limit, like the fact that your file size is limited to 40 kilobytes is not an issue, but if we're creating like, if we have a shit ton of rooms, a shit ton of playthroughs, and like, we have a shit ton of 40 kilobyte files, then obviously I think that might be a problem for them. And understandably so I'll message them. I don't even know, like the thing is they're barely active online, so I want to, I'll just talk to them, see what happens. All right. Top K runs instead of everything. Store top K runs. True. Yeah, limiting the data is not a bad idea either. But specifically for playtest, like I would like sharing all of the runs is like a really good idea, at least in the beginning states of the, like eventually I won't need this information. Like once the game is on version 1.2 or whatever, at that point the level design is already fully established, and I doubt I'll change it. But at least right now, having all runs and seeing what people are doing when they're sending feedback, having all of that is a good idea, in my opinion. Would be easier to I already did that already. Then just have the player download the leaderboard, and after their run, if they're faster, then it'll upload. Yeah. So that's what this is right now. This data always gets overridden. no matter what. Like, well, yeah, this data gets overridden every time. So if you beat your runtime, it'll get replaced every time, and that's why we created these new. That's why we created unique IDs. That way we don't have to. One, they don't have to log into anything, and two, if they change their name, it's not like, oh, let's create a new profile for them. Everything is under the same JSON file for now. We'll probably want to have something more official later on, but because this is only for playtesting and debugging, it's not a big deal. After I read all of this information, it's not necessary to keep it here. So like, let's say we go into, I don't know, let's say there's a gig worth of information. After I read it all, it doesn't really matter. I can delete everything, and then, you know, old runs won't have to be preserved. So it doesn't matter too much. Is this blasphemous? Oh no, this is Dead Cells. All right. So what else do we want to do today? We have to make sure that if this profile, let's say, okay, so you downloaded the demo, and your JSON file does not have an ID, you can still play the game. Your data just will never be set or never be updated. And in fact, because this is a new thing, right now I actually have this set to true. So actually, maybe I should set it to false. Just so I don't, like, people who, actually, it isn't, their account, yeah, we should set it to false, because by default, it'll be, the only time it gets set to true is in the menu. So, like, I wouldn't want someone to join and not want to send the feedback, and then, this gets automatically created. So, yeah, we'll want to set this to false. But I am going to set it to true on the checkbox, so, like, if they do edit their account and save it, that has to be unchecked. At least, I'm trying to think. By default, if the account doesn't exist, it will be unchecked. If the account already exists and they did uncheck it, we have to make sure that it does get set, which we didn't do just yet. But I'll worry about that later. There's a bunch of, like, small, minor things that we have to fix. Adding an ID, again, we only need to add an ID if the so it doesn't matter. We don't have to add an ID to these profiles. It's only if they edit their account and they save it. So here, what we will actually do, first we'll like that song, and then, I mean, this is good. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I want to do. Again, we can start adding the logger, like the death logger, but I'm thinking to postpone that until after I message them. And again, also, this is kind of an issue. Maybe I can ask them to increase their, I wonder, maybe Silent Wolf, maybe their UUID is shorter. Generate UUID. Yeah, maybe it does look shorter, so maybe theirs is better? Actually, I don't know. What's the whole point of having a UUID? Like, player name. Silent Wolf will answer emails very quickly. Okay, that's good to hear. All right. Yeah, I'm surprised they're not as popular. I mean, yeah, again, Godot is small, but still. Yeah, I guess maybe people are just not making leaderboards that often. And if they are, they're probably using the Steam integration of it. Thank you for the hydrate. honestly, I'm like so happy with this now. Like, I mean, we got it to work. I'm trying to think if there's any edge cases that I haven't like that would break the game. Can we delete all profiles, or do I have to manually click on deleting them? And it takes like a hot minute for it to delete. We're gonna start from scratch. We can start making leaderboards. Should I start working on a leaderboard? All right, so we don't have accounts yet. Decompress the zip file. Okay, let's see. Persist score. I think we have to divide every okay, wait. Because if you don't finish, there's no way, currently how we have things set up, your best time, chapter best time. Oh, no, yeah, chapter best time is recorded on, we can record each chapter's best time, and then we can also have a total best time. So we can have chapter 1, yeah, we can have 7 different leaderboards right now. 1 for each chapter, and then 1 for the final run. Let's see how this works. silentwolf.scores.persist scores. All right, persist score. Let me see. silentwolf.scores. Let's see what this looks like. Multiplayer. Players. Scores. Leaderboard. So they have a leaderboard scene, apparently, which, let's see what that looks like. That's pretty cool. Let's look at leaderboard.g. I assume we need, let's see what scores is. Const UUID. We'll have to make this a preload. UUID is equal to UUID.gd. Okay, we'll have to update this because I think this is the name of our singleton. All right, let me read this. Saving scores. Now that you have Silent Wolf add-on set up, saving scores. The following API can be save score for a given player in your main leaderboard. Silentwolf.scores.persist score. What is this though? Where did you get the UUID method that you're currently using? I used there's an add-on called Godot UUID generator, but if you use if you're using Silent Wolf, they already have one actually. Yeah. All right. Behind the scenes, this function will securely send the score data to Silent Wolf backend, where it can be queried in the future. A score ID will be generated to represent this new score that you later. Okay, let me see. Score ID is equal to yield Silent Wolf scores.persist score, player name score. Score posted. Print. Okay, what the hell? Where do we? How do I know what? Is there only one? Get high scores. Okay, so I think there's only one score type. I thought there were different leaderboards, but I guess maybe not. Above it will fetch the player's scores within the top 10 scores of a leaderboard. Wait, I think I think we can get a leaderboard. I'm just missing something here. Let's just I guess let's just follow this word for word, and we'll try it out. Okay. So let's look at silent scores.persist, scores.persist, score, player name, and then score. So we'll do this on the after you beat every chapter, we'll grab the the player's unique ID, and then their score is just going to be their unique ID's best chapter for that run. Let's try it out. Silent wolf dots. Let me just see it one more time. Scores. Persist score. Error silent wolf persist score. Please enter a valid name. If the metadata leaderboard, there is a leaderboard name. Score, there's extra. Okay, so you just have to say persist score and then the leaderboard name, and then I wonder, do we need to create a new leaderboard, or does it do it automatically depending on what it says main here. Let me see. Leaderboard name. Error. Let me see. Payload leaderboard name. So when are we sending this payload? Add to local add to local. Send post request. Send post request. Player name, score. Where's our payload? Where is the how do we see what leaderboard it is? Timestamp, to be hashed, player name, player score, timestamp, send request to be hashed. What am I missing here? Send. Let me see this again. Boom, 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 boom. Send. What was it? Send get request and send post request. Okay. Where the hell is it? Which one was it again? Boom, 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 boom. Do 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 do. God damn, there's so much here. Leaderboard name, wipe leaderboard. Okay, persist score, leaderboard name. If it's not equal to whatever we say, okay, the payload. All right, I don't think we know what it is until like the payload just adds all of this data, and that's it. That's all there is to it. I assume maybe we can add our own information. I don't know. I wonder what score ID is. Score UUID. So what they're doing is UUID.generate UUID v4. Why the hell? Unique user ID. Generate UUID v4. What is it? Why is that? Let me see. Has nothing to do. Var b UUID bin. Test string dot length is equal to 36. Test string dot count is wait what? Yeah, I'm not sure why you need a unique user ID when submitting every time you submit a new run. Well, I guess we'll figure it out. I do have to pee again, so I'll be right back. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. So it's chilly today, I gotta say. So, what is next? Why are all these bangers playing? Oh, I think I already have this added. Not actual bangers, but you know, good songs, I mean. All right, 40 degrees here in PNW. Pure heaven this workday. What's PNW? It is, I don't know. I don't even know what the weather is like here. Let me see. It's 10 degrees Celsius here. 50 degrees Fahrenheit. Pacific Northwest. Okay. I'm in the Northeast. All right. So let's try just sending this data and seeing just try to see what happens. The data we want to send is their first run. Specifically, we want to send this if they finish the chapter. Do I want to test this out, or should we just start working on implementing this into the whole game? I think we'll start working on adding actually adding this to the leaderboard, or adding the full functionality. It's gonna take a little longer than just testing it, but at least we'll test it and we'll start implementing it. More bang for buck. So let's go into where do we want to do this? We want to go into technically we're going to want to go into our level manager, and we're going to want to see whenever the player exits a chapter, because that's when we're going to want to send that data specifically to whatever chapter they just finished. So we're going to go into level manager. We're going to go into exit world. And I hope we're saving this data automatically. Save manager that's send. So on exit world, we're actually already sending silent wolf profile data. Send like all data. Actually, I think we're sending like the death. What are we sending here? Actually, save player silent wolf that save player data. It's sending. Send silent wolf. What the hell? Why is it not letting me click on this? What is this? Where's our silent? Oh, okay, I guess because we don't have it open that it doesn't actually open it. So let's go into our save manager. Save manager. Silent wolf manager. Save player data goes into it grabs the user ID and then it just does its thing. We're gonna actually save. I guess we're gonna want to create a new function. We're gonna say by default we're just gonna say send speedrun, or I guess send score, send speedrun score. We're gonna include an input. We'll include input time, and we're also gonna want to include input time is it's in form of delta, or sorry, it's in a float value for now. And or actually no, it's not a float. It's an integer, I'm pretty sure. How's it going, Lem3, Lemx? Welcome. And then we're also going to want to include the chapter. And then we'll just have it post. We'll see. I forgot what it was called. Silent. I'm good. What about you? I'm pretty good. Can't complain. Silent Wolf dot what was it? Scores dot persist. What was it? Send persist data or something like that. Here, let's just look at it again. Persist score. Player name, score, leaderboard, main, metadata. Okay. What the hell is this song? Chris cassette. Interesting. Okay, what was it? Persist score. Is the video on the down right on the down right my game? Yeah. Player name, score, and then leaderboard. So so we're gonna say yeah, I guess we'll say, well, actually, we're going to say, I guess we'll say save manager dot current profile node dot player UUID, and then we'll say we could actually just grab the chapter. I guess we could say, so we'll have the input chapter. And then what we could do, oh, whoops, current profile. Save manager.current profile node. And then here as a child, we'll say, you know, basically this, but on best chapter runs, or I forgot what it's called, best chapter runs, and then in quotes, we start out on 0, like it starts out on 0, so we'd want to say input chapter -1 technically, unless wait, we'll see. I'm pretty sure we start like technically chapter 1 starts on 0. Let me just double check. Yeah, you can find it on Steam. It's not out yet, but there is a demo and everything that you can play. All right, so let's go into I'm pretty sure, yeah, chapter 1 starts at 0. Or maybe it's a dictionary. I don't remember, actually. Oh, also, thank you for the follow. Lem and Bossy 800. Best. Chapter best runs apparently is a dictionary, which works out for us actually, because then we would just say what? I guess we call it like chapter 1 or something like that. Which so instead of calling it input, we'll say input chapter of a dictionary, and we'll call it, you know, this is a string, and then the yeah, we'll just grab the input chapter here. If I wonder what happens if it doesn't work though, or like if it's false. I think it'll be right, but yeah, we'll see. Because the input chapter is, I don't remember how it's saved actually. I guess we'll find out. This is the code of the game? Yeah. Specifically, we're working on a leaderboard system right now, so this is not the typical kind of code, usual code that you'll see when I work on the game. But yeah, that's the thing with being a solo dev. You're gonna get like you have to wear a lot of hats. Okay, so persist score save manager dot current profile node UUID save manager dot This is the actual score, and then the input chapter. Or oops, not input chapter. We just say input chapter here. I assume. Wait, let me look at this one more time. It's yeah, score, and then I wonder what's metadata. What can we save there? Can we save anything? We could save all the data of the player, I guess, if we wanted to. I'm not going to just yet because we already have. New to Godot, still learning. I'll say it's a good engine to start learning. Or I mean, if you're still learning game dev in general, it might be. If you're new to game dev, I think it's a good engine. If you do have experience with other engines, you might have a slightly more difficult time, but that's just because integrating into something is, changing your initial train of thought or workflow is harder than starting from scratch. I'm trying to think. Technically, it should just work now. I don't know. Did we set it to run on the level manager? Send profile data. Let's also say, technically, we're gonna want to say, if you have your data, here basically. I think we're gonna make a new function. We'll make it right here. We'll basically say, actually, I don't like it being here. It's my first engine I've worked on. Nice. Hell yeah. Oh yeah. Then yeah, I would say it's a pretty nice engine to get started with, or to stick with in my case. Should I do it here? You know what? Actually, no. I think it's better we just run the function, and if we'll actually check in the save manager if we want them to if they want to send their data. So we actually do have to say save manager dot silent wolf manager node dot. Do we have a class here? I think we do. But what did we call this? Send speedrun score. Honestly, we'll see. Send speedrun score. We'll say. So this is before we remove the tree. So we actually we know what the current world is. So we can grab current world. We can say current. Whoops. Current world dot chapter. I think is it chapter ID? We can associate it with chapter IDs, or we can say. I think there's a we usually give them a name actually. That's not chapter ID. Basic. I forgot what we call it though. Let me see. We can also just grab the name, but I think we created a variable specifically called. We call it display name, and it's also there's a space here. I think we should stick to chapter ID. Let me see something. Shit, I don't have any. Let me see something. Do I have any in my recycling bin? Here, let me grab all of these profiles here. I'm just gonna throw them onto my desktop. Let me see. Hopefully we have one of these that. Hopefully we beat the game at some point. Oh, best chapter runs. It is. It's actually just this is good, and we start at 1 too, so it's good. I guess past me thought of this, or is has a few more faults than I thought. Still, it's a string. Yeah, it's a string. Which I think should be fine. Are you using C# or the engine language? I'm using GD script. All right. So yeah, we can just say chapter. Let's see what happens here. We have to say chapters beat. Wait, No, not. Wait, I might be dumb. Wait, let me see this one more time. Yeah, okay. Best chapter runs. We'll have to grab this. I'll have to check if we're saving this data before. I don't know if we're saving this data before or after we exit the world. I'll have to see. I would assume we're doing it once we exit the world, because like if you exit, yeah, I'm pretty sure I do have it there. But current world dot what was it, dot chapter ID. So send speedrun score of current world chapter ID, and then we grab I think actually the score is first, right? I think that's what we wrote. Let me see. Oh yeah, input time. Okay, so what we'll do here is you can just say we're gonna say current save manager dot current profile dot, and we actually don't even have to grab the saved node. We just grab the current node dot chapters chapter best chapter runs of the chapter ID, which is current world dot chapter ID. We'll fix this eventually. The ID. We'll make it a little cleaner. Luch, thank you for the follow. When do you plan to release the game? In January is when I plan to fully release the game, or when I plan to release version 1. I'll probably that'll be probably the beta, which will have its own like private playtest and everything like that. And then after, like, you know, depending on how long that lasts, maybe like a month or so. Hopefully a month after that. But like the base version by January. It just won't, like, yeah, the base version will be done, but to release it, it might be like a month after that. Like to release it on Steam and other platforms. Don't know if you need them, but I sent some sessions. I'll check it out. 30 sessions. I'll download it. We'll look at this once I start adding more of the logging stuff. Although I will improve how it's being logged, but yeah. The more the better. What is there to check out? We can just see. It'd be fun to see speedrunning route, like once I update the logger too, to see what a speedrunning route would look like versus, you know, like right now we only have our death logger, but like having, you know, all of the states shown on the screen, I think would be very cool. Like, you know, the debugger lines showing all of those, but like everywhere. I think that's kind of cool. Seeing, like, we can even look at like what's the most optimal route, or like which ones were, you know, where did you make the optimal route and where did you not make the optimal route on different runs. You know what I mean? All right. Silent manager. Sorry. Save manager. That's Silent Wolf manager. National speedrun ladder would be cool. What's a speedrun ladder? I'm not sure what that is, but yeah, like showcasing every run, like, or just not necessarily like, almost like yeah, you guys ever been on Data is Beautiful on Reddit, something like that, but like, you know, instead of it being a chart, it's the map, and then just seeing all the pretty colors of the rainbow on a map. I wonder, like, we could see like at a certain point what's the most efficient run in the game. I don't know. I think it would be cool to see. If there is an efficient run. Obviously there is an efficient run. Love the ladder on Super Meat Boy. I see. So that's the just the history of everyone's runs. Like all the previous runs. Alright. General competition and info for previous runs. Is there a story to the game? Yeah. The song is called Browser History. Interesting. It's a weird song, but low-key kind of like it. All right. Save manager dot silent wolf manager node dot send speedrun data. Current run best. So I wonder what happens if this doesn't work. And then current world dot chapter ID, or yeah. So I'm gonna look at this one more time. Send speedrun data. We say silentwolf.scores.persist score, save manager.current world current profile node dot. I keep re-looking at this info just because I'm worried something is broken, but I think we should just run it and see what happens. So this run currently this is going to be saving every time we go into a new chapter, and we need a profile that has beaten the game. Oh, actually, yeah, any profile that. If it's your first time playing the game, this data should still save. And it should save be like, I'm hoping, I'll have to look. I'm hoping we're saving this on the profile before we're sending this data. It says send silent wolf profile data. Send silent wolf profile data. We should have something on our save manage. I don't know when, let me see something. When are we saving the game? Save game. Only on, what the fuck? That doesn't make sense. Save manager dot save. Is this really the only? No, there's no way. We have to be saving the game in other places. Update profile node data. You know what? I think I know why our game is. I think I just realized something. We're not saving. Yeah. Are we not saving the game when we go into the main menu? Let me see something. Main scene. No, we have to be. There's no way. There might be another function that we're. Let me see. That would explain the time issue that we were having. If that's. I don't know yet, actually. Let me stop talking and let me just figure it out. Let me just go into main scene real quick. Boom, boom, boom. Is it weird that I never had the time issue? Do you ever start the game from a different chapter, or do you always start from the beginning? I'm not sure what's causing the bug. It could be no, because you said Yon had the issue, right, on the private version. Never finished the game from chapter 1. Never finished the game from a chapter that isn't 1. I see. Okay, so maybe that's the issue. I'm not entirely sure. But let me see something. On our escape menu, on restart game, go to previous panel, restart. We say level manager dot change scene to title screen. It doesn't seem like we save anything. Okay, so in level manager dot change scene, we say create. Oh, we say save manager. We literally say save manager dot save profile on the main scene. Okay, let me see something. Save profile, and we also run it on change world. Okay, so save profile. We'll want to, if we're running this, we want to update profile node. Save manager dot current world. Update best runtime. Update best runtime for current chapter. Current. Well, why the hell? I see. Okay, so this is literally updating the best runs. If we that's fine. Maybe we should run this on saving the on save game instead, because it's a little weird to have it there. But let me see something. And we say save profile on change world. So if we exit, this is only on change world. Change world, what does it do? We do say exit world. Okay, so we're saving the game on change world. but not on exit world. But that's fine. If we're changing the world, that means something is going to get updated. So technically, as long as it runs before we're exiting the world, which is where we're actually saving. I don't know. I feel like we might update this script at some point. I want to update the entire level manager script at some point. But I think we'll be fine currently. It's just very strange, just slightly strange. All right, so let's run the game. I'm gonna go into chapter 1. We're gonna speedrun the hell out of this. By speedrun the hell out of it, I mean cheat. So we're gonna go into. Let's go into our test. We'll save the account. Let's go into chapter 1. Let's give it like 5 seconds. That way, if I run it again, I want to make sure this updates the scoreboard. Hopefully, we don't crash. Okay, we crashed. Let's see. Invalid index 1 on dictionary. I think we have to make sure it's a string. I think that's what's happening here. Oh shit. Try that again. I think we have to grab that. I would assume it would automatically convert it to a string, but maybe not. Invalid index string. I don't know. Whatever. Let's try it out. How did you get so good at pixel art? I didn't. I download assets usually, or yeah, that's usually I download assets. I do edit them, but yeah, I'm not that good at pixel art. All right, so edit, save. We don't actually have to do that. We just run the game. Where do you download them usually from? Itch is usually where I get most of my assets from. Itch. I used to use a lot of OpenGameArt, not much anymore, just because, like yeah, now it's like the game is at a certain point where like free assets are not enough. Okay, so send speedrun score in base. Silent Wolf Manager cannot convert argument 2 from int to string. Argument 2 from int. I guess we have to convert. Oh, this is also has to be a string. How long have you been working on this? 3 years now. I started 3 years ago. I won't say if you downloaded assets from multiple creators, won't you notice that the art style is kind of different, or do you alter? I do alter the art. Yeah. There might be slight inconsistencies in the game over time. Like, I mean, obviously the color palette is the same. Some assets might be a little bit more detailed than others. Currently, I mean, I do plan on creating the most consistency possible. But like, if there's a slight inconsistency, I'm not gonna treat it like. But the thing is, it's all low res. Like, it's all like most of my assets max are 16 by 16. The smallest unit in the game is 8 by 8 usually, or like the things are accounted for in units of 8 by 8. So yeah, like proportionally everything is the same. And in terms of like shading and all that stuff, that's the only thing that would be slightly different between assets, is like the shading of certain objects would be slightly different, but the background isn't focused on nearly that much for it to like significantly change the gameplay. That's the thing about software. Stuff takes a long ass time to create something. How's it going, fourth page? Yes. When it comes to I mean, yeah, it does take. That's game dev. I mean, certain. Obviously, there's the tendency to overscope your projects. But yeah, it does take a long time for games for sure. But that's just the way it is. That's just how it is. People definitely tend to 557. So it even works from starting from 6. And that's my fastest 6. Alright, yeah, I'll have to... I don't know what the hell is going on with that. I think... Okay, so I did fix something in the code, and I didn't update the game. So we'll have to see what that's about. We'll have to see if it changes in any way. Alright, run... We're gonna run the game. I think hopefully we fixed it. Give it like 2 seconds because I do want to. I mean, we'll delete the run. All right, so we didn't crash. Let's see what happens. What happened in our? Oh. Okay, so we want to make sure this only runs when we beat the game because right now if you exit the world all the time, but let's just see. Let's see what happened. I'm good. How are you? I'm pretty good. I'm enjoying this. Please show up, please, please. Where the hell is it? All right, so we got no scores. Let me try. I'm gonna try sending it to the main right now. Here, let's just try sending it to main and see if anything gets updated there. Maybe we have to create the leaderboard first. I saw there was like a scoreboard config or something like that. I'll look at that, but let's first look at send speedrun score save manager current run. I forgot what it's usually if we don't let's see. Right now we're sending it as chapter ID. Let's go into send speedrun score, and we have to say, let's look at persist score. Persist. Come on. Oh, it's scores. If we look at scores.gd, right now by default it's set to leaderboard is equal to main. I'm just gonna say let's just do this. Let's say leaderboard is equal to main here, and let's see if anything gets updated. And let's run the game. Oh, fuck. It's gonna crash. Yeah, okay. We have to make sure that we're running in chapter 1. Alright. So there is a query. We do see something getting posted. Let me see. Score ID. Player name. There's a score ID, which is interesting. It has a unique post there. Game ID, game version 0.7. Score apparently is set to 0, which is obviously wrong. And then the leaderboard name is main. So let's look at scores here. No scores. What gives? Oh, there it is. And I think we'll save the player. We'll save the metadata because that's what we'll actually use to. This is actually. This is kind of cool, actually. What I think we'll do is. I'm trying to think because like we don't need. I'm trying to think. This player name, or sorry, I guess maybe they're doing something in their server. If you see the same player name, maybe that gets updated. I'll have to see. How's it going, Half Moon? Okay. I wonder why our data didn't send correctly though, or like our run wasn't correct. Best chapter runs of STR current world chapter ID. It said 0. What gives, bruh? Let me see. Send speedrun score. Let me look at this again. Send speedrun score. We say persist score, UUID. Oh, wait. What the hell? We're not including. Oh, yeah. We're currently saying. Wait. We don't need input time, actually. We just grab input chapter. Save manager that current profile that best chapter runs of an input chapter. I assume maybe this has to be. I assume maybe these have to be strings, and that's why it's fucking up. I'm not entirely sure. Doing good. Just woke up from a little power nap. Happy to see you're still alive. Yeah, we're honestly, you know, it's crazy. Like, dude, what's with all this like new music? And it's like, it's awesome. Tune in with Chewy. Metroid Prime. That's another game I need to play. Does anyone know what's the best Metroid game? What is objectively the best Metroid game? I've only played Super Metroid. Alright, let me see here. I wonder if it's saved. No, our score is still 0. Score ID. Player name is saving correctly. Obviously all of this info is saving correctly. Score. Let's see what the hell this is printing. I should have done that from the start. Super Metroid was my personal. Was your personal favorite? I honestly, here? Let's see. Top Metroid. Dread, Super Metroid, Metroid Zero Mission, Metroid Fusion, Metroid Samus Returns. Okay. Echoes, Dread, Prime, Super, Fusion. Okay. This person probably knows their shit if they can name 12 of them and they're listing all of them. Prime 2, Metroid Prime, Super Metroids. Metroid Prime is Super Metroid is consistently there though. It's consistently like in the top 5. Top 1 here. Oh. Super Metroid / Metroid Prime, don't make me choose. Super 93 with it seems like Prime and Super Metroid are like relatively the same. I'll have to check. I still want to finish I'm still playing Castlevania right now. I just started Castlevania yesterday, so and it's been fun. When is it? When was this from? 94. Okay. And what's Metroid Prime? Is this the GameCube? The original Castlevania? No, from 97. Symphony of the Night. I did play the original one, but it's a little too old school for me. I think it's good, but like I really I'm enjoying Symphony of the Night much more. Yeah, it's too old for nowadays. I mean, yeah, if you want to play through all of them, yeah, that was the issue for me too. I was playing through it a little bit, and I forgot what the issue for me. Honestly, I didn't play it that much though. I played like an hour, and I was like, you know what? Let me play a more modern version. And then I found Symphony of the Night is like considered one of the top tier ones. So I was like, you know what? Fuck it. Let me get that one, and I'm enjoying that one a lot. But I feel like I've never played Metroid. I've never really played Metroid. I played Metroid Prime. I remember playing it actually. But I never had a memory card for my GameCube, so I was never able to like save the game. So I never really played it that much. A memory card? Yeah, no memory card. The latest one on the Switch is nothing short of amazing. What is it? Castle... Nocturne? Oh wait, no. Have you guys seen the animated series on Netflix? It's actually pretty good. Mm-mm. 2021? Is it 2D? I don't know, something about it the 2D gameplay I prefer. Oh wait. This looks very old school. Advanced. Oh, this is advanced. Okay, I assume it's this one then. Grimoire of Souls. Oh, it's also 2D. Oh yeah, maybe... I think the new Metroid, I don't remember what there's a relatively new Metroid. I remember that. Let me see. And it's a 2D as well. Metroid Dread? I see. It's 2D, right? Like it, or like maybe 2.5D. Is this the one that I saw? It must be. I don't remember it being this colorful or like this bright. Let me see what was the one before that. Samus Returns? I feel like it must have been this. No, this is on the 3DS. There's no way. This is what but this looks way more. This looks closer to what I remember though. I remember I had a... There's too many of them for me to know. I've only played one Castlevania game other than... Goddamn, they have so many. What the hell? Yeah. I've been playing through that. I've been playing through. I'll have to add Metroid to the list. Metroid. I'll probably do. I don't know. I'm not really huge. I don't really want to play the 3D game, to be honest. I'd rather play a 2D game. But maybe I'll check it out. Alright, there's also Bloodstained now as well if you enjoy Bloodstained. It's Bloodstained. Is this is the character from these are the same guys who did she's an Easter egg in Blasphemous. Right? Miriam? Yeah. Pegorli, thank you for the 2 bits. I look like I need this. How dare you? How do you know what I want? All right. So let me print this out. Apparently our score is 0. I don't know why. Level manager. Here, let's just print this out right here and see what it's giving us. Okay. Score before we send to the leaderboard is 0. How is it 0? What the frick? Let me just print all of our runs. Maybe we're grabbing the dictionary incorrectly? Grabbing from the dictionary incorrectly? You know, it's weird though. Yeah, current world.chapter ID. Huh. Very strange. Current save manager. Current profile. Best chapter runs. Because the data should already be there technically. Like if we run this game multiple times, it should have grabbed the right value at some point. Score. Wait, what the fuck? Score before we send to the leaderboard is 0-0. Or sorry, 1-0. This is our dictionary. Chapter 1 is 1-0. How the hell? What the focus? Let me see. Profiles. Profile 1. Chapters beat. Yeah, our best chapter runs is, it says 0. What the hell? Should I restart? Let me delete. Here, I'm gonna delete this profile and see if that happens again. Yeah, what the hell? Score before we send to leaderboard is 1-0. We're like saving our data incorrectly. Ever since we started sending data to our speedrun, let me see. Let's see. Let's not send anything. It's like someone is let me. Oh shit. You know what's funny? Oh, never mind. Make it practical on PC. Oh. No, okay, never mind. I was gonna say it could be. No, I don't know. I'm just bullshitting. Let's see what happens. Yeah, what the hell? Our times are saved incorrectly now. I must have done something recently to like fuck it up. I'm trying to see. Current run. Yeah, none of our times are saving actually. That is very. This is on player name on post data. What is our player data just in general? Bum 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 bum. Alright, so we have our new profile called Very Interesting. Let's go into profiles. See profile 1. Everything is created. Best chapter runs 0, like nothing. Chapters beat -1. We have our player UI ID set up. Chapters collected. Yes. What's up, Anav? Finished a crypto challenge. What's a crypto challenge? Let me see something. We technically save the game every time we enter a new room. Maybe that has to do with it. Okay, yeah. Something wrong is happening here. Chapter... I must have done this recently. What the hell? Best chapter runs. Let me see this. Cryptography, you have a message and you need to decode it somehow to get the intended message. Nice. Hell yeah. Was it for like a school project or like more so just for fun? Boom 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 boom. Oh. Oh. Bum 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 bum. Is it because we started converting these to strings that we need to make sure that this is also a string? And that's why it's not working. I'm not sure. But if I had to guess. Here, let's turn this into a string. What the hell, bro? It's still saying 1-0. What did I just do? Player name on post data. current chapter runtime. Seems like we're not updating current chapter runtime anymore. Is it because we're not on speedrun mode? When do we update this? Update profile node data. On reset profile, we do reset it at some point. Reset time. When are we resetting time? Reset current profile stats and also reset time. I forgot which one we use. Reset current profile stats on restart game. So this is specifically for restart game. Maybe I should say. When are we resetting time? Boom, 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 boom. Only on reset chapter, but we might be setting this to true or something. I don't know why the hell. We do say we do want to reset the time, but only on the entrance of the new world. If it's a new run, on the ready function of our world, we are resetting the time. But that shouldn't be causing any issues. Here, let me. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, why is this so annoying? It's something. Let me see something. GitHub. I don't even know what the hell we did. Oh. Funk update chapter for current update best run. It must be that we started changing things to strings. Originally it was just an int, and now it's like best chapter runs that has string input chapter ID. If best chapter runs string. Probably enjoy it. Shared the site of challenges in Discord. I can check it out. But first we have to fix this challenge. Let me see if it's printing, if it's ever printing the information correctly. Let's go into, I'll just post it in Save Manager for now. Or, yeah, fuck it, let's just post it right here. Actually, no, we'll do it on the main scene, because we need to make sure there's a profile that exists. 3, I'm gonna go to sleep. Alright, I'll see you enough. Peace. Congrats on figuring out the cryptography stuff. Oh, you know, I just realized something. Even if we fixed it, we had to erase the dictionary. Or I think we've been deleting accounts. I'm pretty sure. Dot best chapter runs. I guess we'll find out right now. I think we were deleting accounts, but maybe if we didn't delete the account, the time wouldn't have been saved. So that could have been the issue, but we'll see. All right, so current run chapter is 0, 0. Best runs is also still 0. The second we exit, it's still 0. What the hell? We're not saving our times, or we're never adding the time to the best current chapter best run time. It's getting set to 0 somehow. So let me see. It's gonna be a silly mistake. I think we usually say plus equals something. Save manager. When are we running this? Update profile node data. Save manager, that current runtime, milliseconds, everything plus milliseconds, and then we reset. I assume we add the plus milliseconds. So update profile data, profile node data, reset time false. All right, so when are we running this? Milliseconds time. On save game, okay, and on change world, update profile node data. And on, what the fuck? What the hell, man? Wait, so we're never running this on our room switchers? How there must be something that we're doing. Let me see. Is there literally nowhere else where we plus equals this? Okay, we must have erased it or something, or there's a goblin living in my computer. Room switcher. So I think we used to run it on save game. Just every time we run save game, we say save profile, update. Wait, what the fuck? Update profile node data. Level manager, update profile node data. on save game. Dude. Ba-ba-dum-bum-ba-dum. Updating profile node. Boom, 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 boom. You know what I think it is? It must be because we don't have speedrun mode on. We're not adding time correctly. We'll find out right now. There it is. Alright, apparently we set speedrun mode to only record this data on speedrun mode. Alright. Boom, boom. No wonder. No wonder it wasn't working. So now, let's see. Wow, but where the hell is that in our script here? I don't remember us checking if we're only on speedrun mode. That's strange. Enable speedrun labels. Visible. Huh. I'll look into it. At least we know what the problem is. I gotta pee. All right. So, we know what the... I should also head to bed. All right. Have a good one. See you. I'll probably end... We'll see. I do want to fix this. At least we should fix it. I want to get the scoreboard working. At least working. That way, by next stream, we'll actually add the functionality of it. And like multiple menus. So yeah, let's see. We know it works on speedrun mode, so like that's a good sign. But what the hell? Why set physics run like set physics process? What's our physics process doing that? Is our physics process running this? don't even see physics process. Update labels. Update labels just... Oh. Wait, no. Update time label. Yeah, okay. So when we're updating the time labels, this is literally where we're calculating the times. That's why. So we want to update the time labels, I guess, all the time. Technically, if they're not in speedrun mode, maybe we don't want it to record, but right now I do. So, oh my god. All right, I'm gonna write this down as a bug, and we're gonna leave it the way it is. Because yeah, technically, if you're not in speedrun mode, then you're not trying to speedrun. Hence, you don't need to be added to the scoreboard. RHG Dev, thank you for the raid. How's it going? Am I following you? Hope you stream remote though. I'm not. I don't think. I hope it's going well. Are you working in? Oh, you're part of the Claw. Hell yeah. How's it going? Making a 3D Godot game right now. I think you have it on your wish. Do I now? What was it called again? Turbo Champ. Let's see. Sorry if I forgot. You know, a lot of devs come in and say hi, you know how it is. Let me see. I'm sure I believe you, but racing game for casual gamers, no worries, dude. I can imagine. Yeah. But if I wishlisted it, that's great. You know, also sometimes Steam does this funky thing where like it doesn't like save your wish list sometimes. So like it's sometimes good to like check if you have it. Here, my Steam is taking forever. Oh, there we go. Turbo Champ. Yeah, see, what the hell? Oh, it is on my wish list. I was gonna say. Oh yeah, I remember this game. I remember mentioning. I feel like I did mention this. Did I give you unsolicited feedback on your Steam page? I do remember this game though. I just don't remember our interaction too much. You said it was nice, I think. All right, that's good. I would agree with past me. You said gifts were a big deal. Yeah, I do agree with the gifts being a good deal. I think having like this is basically, if you're gonna have this, you might as well just have this as a screenshot, and you wouldn't need this at all. Yeah. Hope it's going well. So you probably already know what I'm doing, and for anyone new to the stream, I'm currently let me just write this down. We had a bug. It's not really a bug. It's just an unexpected feature, which is like it makes sense, but I guess I didn't think it through. If we have speedrun mode, I figured it out. I know why people's runs were saying 0.019. It's because they're not on speedrun mode. And we only calculate runs on speedrun mode. Speedrun. Labels are updating speedrun times. Non-speedrun mode doesn't update. correct times. Oh my god, that's so we'll have to figure out, like, we'll have our timer only calculate for the total time. And if you have this enabled, honestly, we might just run this on the back end anyway, for the profiles in case they do ever decide to go into speedrun mode. That way, at least they can show their info. But yeah, it just made sense to do it here, I guess, because, you know, while you're grabbing the time, you might as well update, you know, if you're updating time, might as well update it, you know, when you're grabbing the new time. So, yeah. But we'll do this a different way. I'm glad we figured it out. So let's check to see if our leaderboard. Oh, I'll showcase some of the game too for anyone new to the stream. This is Memory. You can see some of the gameplay on the bottom right, but I'll show you guys what we have currently working. We have you can create a new profile. The whole point of this was to show we're trying to create a leaderboard and feedback. We're trying to implement a leaderboard like scoring system, but also a feedback system for people who playtest the game. So let's say we have our playtester, or actually we deleted all of our players, and actually we'll make you the first new player since you rated. We'll call you RHG Dev. We'll turn you on speedrun mode and debug mode, and we'll start. We can only start on the prologue. You are currently 5 seconds into your speedrun, and you beat the chapter. And so now you're at 7 seconds. We're going to go into... Oh, we don't have this currently saved because I was freaking out. I couldn't figure out why the hell that bug was happening. We have to go back into our... I believe this is on the level manager. Your time should have saved. So if you go into the game, we'll basically just grab your best time no matter what. But let's see. So let's say you are on... Let's say you're on... Where is it? We commented... I think this is on Exit World we started doing this. So on Exit World, we want to say save manager... dot save to current world. We get the current world and we grab the current world. Okay, best runs. All right, so this should work now. So let's go back into the title screen. Moment of truth. Hopefully, we did everything correctly. 2 hours ago, and or like an hour before we went on that whole tangent of trying to debug. But let's go into chapter 1. Your current chapter run. This is your total run, but your current run and total time, they're both the same. But here, this is our chapter run. You're 10 seconds in. It's not going to grab that 10 seconds. It's going to grab the 7 seconds that you got before, hopefully. So your best run is 6 seconds and 6.7 seconds is your best run currently. So let's go into the scoreboard. Let's go into silentwolf.com. I think I have to log in again. Go into our dashboard here, and hopefully, please be there. Please be here. We see, yes, we do. There we go. So this is your, apparently this, we don't have player names. We're going to save the player name in the metadata, and the player name is, just some random key currently. Eventually we will have player names if the players want to sign in. But for our logging system currently, here it is. There's your score specifically for chapter, specifically, this is for chapter 1. What we need to do is save scores. We're going to have to see something because I tried creating... we'll try it out right now. Let me see what happens if we change it from main to just a new leaderboard. I think we were having some technical difficulties with that. I think we'll try to figure that out part tomorrow, actually. But I'm gonna give it a shot. I'm just gonna say I don't think this is gonna fix it, but I think we already have the string here, so we just have to go into send speedrun score. Or actually, no, sorry, I have to go into the scores script. And right here, let's just comment this out. By default, it's set to main. Let's see what happens if you just run the game. I wonder if it just creates new names automatically or what? So, actually, let's go back into. So, this is gonna crash, because why? Because we are currently trying to save. Yeah, we can't do that yet. That part's broken. Let's go into start, level select 1. And it should just grab your data. Actually, you're faster here, so it should say 3 seconds now. But I'm not sure if it's going to save. I'm not sure if it's going to make a new leaderboard. Yeah, it didn't. And yeah, I'm not sure why. Let me see. Maybe it sent us. Oh, we have some shit spamming in our main scene here. Right? Let's get rid of that. Let me see if it was giving us an error. Maybe the website was like non-existent. Maybe there's something in our script that like we have to use to create a leaderboard. I think there is. I think there's a config that we have to make, which I completely ignore. Let's see. What chapter are we in? Are we seeing any errors? It says query, and it says push data request completed. Sound will post data score. Post new score completed. It says it's a success, but I don't see it in our. It wasn't a success because I don't see shit. Leaderboard name is 1. So there is a leaderboard. It says the query, and it says it was a success. But if we look at, let me refresh the page. Maybe it takes a hot minute. Yeah, because I only see main here. I don't see any other leaderboards. Let me see. Maybe there's like a. Let me go into features, set up your leaderboard, a new leaderboard. Oh. I assume maybe I just have to create. Oh, leaderboard name 1. Display name, chapter 1. It's kind of sus that it's putting random info that could dox me. Let me see. Chapter 1. Save highest, latest accumulator. Right now we'll save the highest, even though technically we want to save the lowest. We'll have it. Oh, it resets every. Interesting. Okay. And then max entries will save it as 1,000. Configuration for leaderboard 1 has been set. I think we got it. Let's see. I'm gonna refresh. Go to scores. We can see 1. We don't see any scores just yet, but it is here. Display name is 1, or I thought we saved it as chapter 1, but display name is 1. What is the go back button on the controller when in the options menu? So you're making the assumption that there's a go back button in this game. I think that's your first mistake. You should be able to go back via the start button. But it will be the B button. I just haven't implemented it yet, but it will be, it'll be this button. The X button, or sorry, the start button should push you back, usually. If it doesn't, let me know, but I'm pretty sure it should, no matter what. All right, so let's go into. There it is. So here we are, 23, 29. Perfect. We got it. Sorry if that sounded mean, Deflux. It was actually a self-deprecating, joke, because I haven't implemented the back feature yet. Once you start the game, I noticed in console games, there's never a like quit game. Usually, there's no quit game button in console games, or at least the old ones, because you would just press the you'd press the home button if you wanted to go back into the menu. Or I mean, the home of the operating system. But yeah, awesome. Our best time is 2 seconds and 2.3 seconds, and that's what our leaderboard says. Again, we can save the metadata. In fact, if we really wanted to, we can throw all of this into. Technically, we could throw this all into one leaderboard and then separate our leaderboards, but I think we'll keep it separated, like this. So metadata. I'm not entirely sure what we would need for metadata besides like the player name and maybe their country if they want to include that information. Is this Fury? Has to be. Gotta head out now. No worries. We're actually gonna end the stream here. If anybody wants to play the game or at least wishlist it, you can do so here. It greatly helps with the algorithm. If anybody wants to wishlist RSG's game too, let me see. Where can we get that? Grab that right there. Alrighty, people. Let's see who's online. There are a lot of people online today. Charlie's on, but I rated him last night. I could go for El Colon Cube. I'm trying to see if there's any smaller devs. That like I've never rated before. There's also Fourth Page. We as much as I want to raid Fourth Page, we rated them recently as well. I haven't rated Hot Trash Games. I don't think ever. And I think it's a duo. And they're working in Flax Engine, which is pretty cool. I think we're gonna go for them. They are 5 hours into their stream, so we'll give them some love. How about that? All right. Till next time, people. I'll give a shout out to Colin Q though. If you guys haven't seen Colin Q, it's pretty cool. They're pretty cool. All right, I'll see you. See you, Half Moon. See you, Deflux. RHG. Till next time, people. Bye. Oh wait, I have to wait for my my shout out to go away. All right. Bye. Bye now.
I don't think it was heavy.